Chapter 1. Blue Wristbands. The light in the adolescent ward didn't simply shine, it hummed. A thin, electric tone that nested in the skull and settled there like a mosquito you couldn't swat. It made the air feel brittle. It made the walls look too clean. "Names," said the intake nurse, her slick ponytail pulled so tight it pinched her temples into a smile that wasn't a smile. Her badge read Monahan, RN. The pen in her hand made soft fireworks of clicks. "Say them clearly. First and last." The four kids stood in a crooked row beside a rolling cart stacked with folded gowns and hospital socks like pale, deflated fish. The tallest girl spoke first. Jade Moreno. The boy next to her rubbed his wrist, as if a ghost cuff still hung there. Ethan Bright. A small boy clutched a bear missing one eye, the stitch where the eye used to be now puckered, like a wink. He whispered, Caleb Arthur. The last girl, our last girl, looked down at the scuffed linoleum where a black scrawl of permanent marker had been mostly erased into a bruise. She felt the buzzing light prickle along the bandages under her sleeves. Maya Sutter. Nurse Monahan nodded as if each name was a medication to initial. Good. You're at St. Quentin Behavioral Health, Adolescent Unit. You'll follow rules, take meds, attend groups, and use your words. Blue wristband means elopement risk. She snapped a blue band around each of their wrists in turn. Means we watch your feet. You run, we run faster. Jade's mouth twitched. That a challenge? Nurse Monahan didn't blink. It's policy. She gestured down the hall with a clipboard like a traffic baton. An orderly in scrubs with cartoon clouds on them waited by a set of secured doors, ID badge flipping face down and face up as he shuffled. Richter, it said when it flashed right side. Behind him, a laminated poster listed level I behaviors in cheerful fonts. Use your words. Keep your hands to yourself. Be safe. In smaller letters at the bottom, failure to comply may result in seclusion and restraint. Questions? Monahan asked, Can we make a phone call? Ethan said. His knee bounced. It was bouncing before he knew it was bouncing, tapping code into the metal chair leg. After admission, Monahan said. After groups. After orientation. After we trust you. Caleb tried to step behind Maya as the doors buzzed and clicked. The sound climbed into his chest and rattled there. It sounds like a bug, he whispered to his bear. What's its name? Maya asked before she knew she was asking. Her voice came out papery. Caleb placed the bear's button eye against his mouth. Professor. The orderly, Richter, offered a grin that showed a chip in one tooth. You'll love movie night, Professor. He swiped them through. Welcome to paradise. The common room was an aquarium without water. Sofas bolted to the floor. Tables covered in puzzles missing exactly one piece each, as if someone had carefully curated absence. The TV hung inside a metal cage in the corner, screen paused on a nature documentary. A polar bear blinked, its fur pixelating in soft static before sharpening in crisp white again. The speakers exhaled the hiss of a tundra wind that sounded exactly like the air conditioner behind them. Assignments, Monahan said, sliding papers over the counter at the nurse's station. Jade and Maya, room 6A. Ethan and Caleb, 6B. Bedding in the closet at the end of the hall. Dinner is at 6. Night meds at 8:30. Lights out at 9. Safety checks every 15. And if we can't sleep? Jade asked. Monahan clicked her pen twice. You will. A shape moved behind the tinted glass of the charting room. For a breath, Maya thought the person inside had the wrong number of fingers for a long, pale rods pressed to the glass. She blinked, and the hand looked ordinary again. 5 slightly red knuckles, a wedding band catching fluorescent glare. The printer burped. The ward smelled like cooled coffee and lemon cleaner poured over something older that wouldn't die. Orientation packet, Monahan said, handing them stapled pages. Welcome to St. Quentin on the cover with a cartoon sun in the corner, as if the ward had weather. Read. Jade didn't take hers. I've been here. She nodded toward the hallway. 6A still the one with the view of the dumpsters? Garden, Richter corrected, too quickly. Therapeutic garden. Jade smirked without heat. Right. Maya took her packet anyway. The sun on the cover had eyes. She set it on the table with the puzzles and stared at the missing pieces. The cavities were all the same shape, circular with a single rounded notch. Why would they all be missing the same piece? Ethan drifted toward the TV cage like iron shavings to a magnet. He stood so close his breath fogged the metal grid. The polar bear sniffed the frozen air on screen and turned its head. For half a second, as a ripple of static crept across the left edge of the screen, the bear's black eyes were replaced by a tiny, perfect pair of human eyes.
Brown, irritable, familiar.
Ethan wiped the grid with his sleeve. The eyes were gone. The bear lumbered forward through snow that looked like crushed glass. Dude, he whispered, what are you looking at? Caleb wasn't looking at the TV. He was watching the ceiling vent. It shook, barely, like a person trying not to shiver. Hey, Richter said, clapping once at a volume that made Maya flinch. Let's get your rooms. Jade, Maya, this way. Ethan, Caleb, with me after. They followed the squeak of his shoes down a corridor that looked printed rather than built. Doors spaced with algorithmic fairness. Windows inset with wire mesh that made the world beyond look crosshatched. A clock above the fire extinguisher read 2:06. Maya remembered the clock above the intake desk read 2:062. Did time move here? Here we are, Richter said, keycard bleeping 6A. 2 narrow beds with metal frames. 2 wardrobes with no handles. A corkboard with no pins. Roommate rules. No borrowing without permission, no touching belongings, and no secrets. Jade lifted a brow. Seriously? Seriously, he said, as if he hadn't said it before in 100 rooms. After he left, the room exhaled. The clock in here read 2:06 as well. Jade kicked one bed leg with the toe of her sneaker. They bolted them after a girl in 5C used the frame too. She cut the sentence in half, left it bleeding. Whatever. Don't freak. The checks keep you alive. Maya set her bag on the bed nearest the door, better to see anyone coming in. She didn't remember packing the bag. Inside, a hoodie that wasn't hers, a comb with a missing tooth, a single sock with a lightning bolt, a thin paperback with its cover torn off. The first page was stamped property of St. Quentin School Program in purple ink. I didn't bring this, Maya said. Jade peered in. They stalk you if your people didn't. They're very thoughtful that way. She flopped onto the other bed, threw an arm over her eyes. What did you do? Maya shut the bag. What do you mean? Nobody gets here by accident, Jade said. So,
what did you do?
The words pressed thumbprints into Maya's skin. She felt them later, after she swallowed. I don't know. Jade snorted. Classic. I mean it.
She did.
There was polite, white fog between her and yesterday. She could make out the shapes. A porch, a siren, the shock of blue gloves. But when she tried to step closer, the fog turned to wet wool. A soft tap came from the vent.
Top, top, top.
Maya swallowed, and the sound moved inside her throat. Do you hear that? Jade listened, and some of the sarcasm slid off her face like melted wax. Yeah, she said after a moment. That's the quiet. She rolled onto her side, facing the wall. Don't feed it. The what? If you ask about it, it gets teeth. Jade said into her pillow. Ask me how I know. Maya didn't. They found bedding in the closet at the end of the hall, the towels packaged like new produce. On the way back, Maya glanced through the narrow window of 6B. Ethan stood at his bed with both palms pressed to his eyes like he was trying to push the dark back in. Caleb lay on his side, murmuring to the bear. 4 sets of checks swept past, the rustle of clipboards, the shiver of keys. In the common room again, they lined up for admission vitals. A worn-out blood pressure cuff, a pulse oximeter with a sticker of a unicorn peeling off. While Nurse Monahan wrapped the cuff around Ethan's arm, Maya watched a man in a lab coat move down the hall like a rumor. Dark hair, square jaw. The fluorescent brightness slid right off him. Wouldn't catch. Dr. Arlen Vale read the carved sign under the frosted glass door he entered. Monahan found Maya's gaze and snapped the cuff onto her instead. "You'll see him after dinner," she said. "Intake interview." "Do I have to?" Maya asked before she could stop herself. "You do," Monahan said, "if you want to go home." When the cuff squeezed her arm, Maya smelled heat, burning dust. Except nothing was burning. Except the cuff was cool. The hum and the lights grew teeth and scraped gently along the inside of her skull, testing for soft spots. "Breath," Monahan said. Maya did. It didn't help. They ate dinner at a table that had been carved with names then sanded slick, the ghosts of letters a quiet braille under their palms. Meatloaf.
Instant potato.
Canned green beans with their own moon-colored sheen. A paper cup of milk that tasted like the inside of the carton. 5 bites of each, said an MHS, mental health specialist. Young and trying so hard to be gentle to gentleness set her hands shaking. That's the rule.
Small bites.
No hiding food.
No swapping.
Jade poked the meatloaf. It wobbles. Food shouldn't wobble. Jello wobbles. Ethan said, "Not quite in this room," voice radioed from a mile away. "Jello knows what it is," Jade said. "This is pretending to be something else." Caleb twisted his napkin into a rope. Professor stared up with his one eye from his lap. The family at the next table argued in the double language of the ward, teen words and staff words. "You can't make me," from a boy with stringy hair and acne like tiny pink flags. "We can all work together to get you to a safe choice," from a woman in a polo shirt with the hospital logo stitched over her heart. Maya took 5 bites of each. On bite 3 of the green beans, the hum and the lights dipped and surged like a wave. For a breath, the room went grayscale, like a photograph submerged in the chemical bath, not yet fixed, still waiting to become real. When the color slid back in, the TV in its cage changed above them, just a flicker, and for 1/2 second there was a message etched across the glass that Maya could not read because it was backward. She wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. The words were gone. The polar bear pawed snow. The cage bars threw shadows across its back like ribs. Night meds came in a little paper cup, 2 pills like beads, 1 white, 1 amber. "I didn't take anything," Maya said to no one, and to the nurse offering the cup, and to the universe that kept losing time. The nurse smiled with all of her teeth and none of her eyes. "Hydrate," she said, pushing a tiny paper cone of water toward Maya's mouth. "Can I see a list of ingredients?" Jade asked because she asked every night she was here. It felt like a win to say it, even when they said no. Later, the nurse lied. Caleb held his paper cone with both hands, gulped water as if he were preparing to dive. He set the empty cone carefully on the counter and whispered to Professor. "We don't swallow bones," he whispered. "We don't swallow fishhooks." "Open mouths," the nurse said, like it was a game. They all opened. The nurse peered in, checked under tongues with a flat wooden stick. Ethan flinched when the wood brushed his molars. Back in 6A, the quiet waited. It perched on top of the vent with its legs hanging through the slats. It tapped the metal with a nail when Maya turned off the light. The shape was only shadow and heat shimmer. There were no legs. There was nothing. Maya lay on her back and tried to slow her own tapping heart. "It feels like the walls breathe," she said finally. Jade rolled onto her back too. In the pale wash from the hall window, her shaved scalp gleamed like a moonrise, her remaining hair a dark river pooling at the pillow. They do. It's the ductwork. Or the meds. Or the fact that your body makes heat and the paint is cheap and 100 other things, but go with the one that keeps you alive. What keeps you alive? Maya asked. Schedules, Jade said. Rules. Avoid the quiet. Don't make friends with the night staff. And if the cameras follow you, don't let them know you noticed. Maya turned her head toward the black dome bubbled into the ceiling corner. It didn't move. It wasn't capable of moving. It was a camera, not a cat. Still, she felt its attention the way you feel a thunderstorm before it breaks. Do they watch all night? Every 15, Jade said. More if you cry pretty. Maya stared at the seam in the ceiling where 2 plaster boards met like lips that had been sewn shut. Why do people come back? Jade didn't answer. She reached across the space between the beds and flicked the blue wristband on Maya's arm. The snap wasn't painful, but it was precise. A note played in Maya's bones. A tuning fork struck.
They don't, Jade said.
They get dragged back or they never leave. The clock over the door blinked its thin red slats from 8:57 to 8:58. A shoe squeak and a key jingle skirted past the door. A flashlight beam drew a clean white arc along the crack at the bottom, paused, moved on. Maya let the hum of the ward settle around her like static lace blankets. She almost slept.
She almost slid.
When she was right on the edge of the warm gray, where names stopped meaning anything, the intercom over the door coughed. A soft, wet sound, as if it had just woken from a nap with its mouth open. A voice came through, low, not staff, not recorded. Maya. She sat up. The voice had the texture of someone speaking from the bottom of a swimming pool. The syllables stretched and glimmered. Hello. Maya whispered, before remembering she shouldn't feed whatever wants her to answer. Don't trust the intercom said, and broke in a handful of static pebbles. Then, clear as a hand over her own, water. Jade flipped the light on with a slap that was mostly bravado. The ceiling fan juddered into life with a burr. The intercom clicked, the little red LED winking like a heartbeat, then returned to the ward's steady ocean hush. What? Jade said, more a posture than a question. It said my name. Maya looked at the intercom, then at the camera dome, then at the vent. It said don't trust the water. Jade stared for a long breath. Then she laughed, quick and sharp, and not because anything was funny. Well, good, she said, because it tastes like a Band-Aid. Jade.
What?
The laugh drained out of her voice. They mess with you, Sutter. If it's not the meds, it's your head. If it's not your head, it's the staff. If it's not the staff, it's something that remembers how to be staff and stands a little too still. You survive if you decide not to care which one it is. Maya slid off the bed and padded to the sink. The faucet squeaked awake. The water ran clear, obedient. She cupped her hands and hesitated. Her mouth was a dry attic. The paper cone had been a tease. She shut the faucet off. The last drop clung to the metal lip, glassy as a small eye, and then fell. Back in the common room, after a second lights out for the night walkers who needed to pace, the TV glitched. No one saw it, not really. The night MHS at the desk had her eyes on a crossword puzzle, and the camera on the TV had a dead angle. The polar bear left frame. The snow glittered. The screen flashed a fraction darker. In that fraction, a sentence burned in backward letters across the cage glass where a curious mouth might press to read it.
Retour acheter de sortant.
The hum swallowed it. The bear blinked back in. The clock over the fire extinguisher ticked from 2:06 to 2:06. Down the hall, in 6B, Caleb's whispering ran aground. He listened to Professor listen to him, which was how it worked. You said something. The bear heard it. The hearing made it true. What did it say? Ethan asked in the dark. Caleb rolled onto his back and held the bear above him like a periscope. It said, Caleb breathed, that the water learns your shape when you drink it. Ethan's laugh was a scrape. Dude, that's just called being hydrated. Caleb lowered Professor to his chest, small the way only 13 can be. No, he said. It remembers your tongue, and then it comes looking. A flashlight beam licked the edge of the door window, and the ward took a slow breath in, then let it out through the vents with a papery sigh that smelled, for a drifting second, like rain on hot pavement. In 6A, Maya tucked the blue band under her sleeve, where the rubber warmed to her. She pictured her tongue as a stamp on an envelope she didn't want to mail. She closed her eyes. The quiet tapped polite knuckles against the metal above her bed. Don't feed it, Jade whispered across the dark. Maya tried not to. She slept anyway eventually. In the dream, she stood in a hallway that repeated itself like mirrors, and each door said 6A, and every clock said 2:06, and a tide was moving through the building without water, lifting bed frames a quarter inch, dragging the sheets to the left, steering the pencils in the nurse's hands. When she woke, she couldn't tell what was different because everything was in exactly, precisely, mathematically the same place. Except for one thing. The paper cup on the bedside tray, dry. empty, was now full to the brim with water. The surface didn't tremble. It looked like a coin pressed into the cup, thin and perfect. Jade sat up at the same time Maya did, like they'd been cued. "Did you?" Maya started. "No," Jade said. They watched the water together until the checks came and the flashlight carved daylight into the seam of the door. The intercom stayed quiet. The camera didn't blink. Somewhere, far down the corridor, a metal door shut with a hollow clang that felt like a period typed at the end of a sentence you hadn't finished reading. Maya stared at her reflection in the coin-flat water. It stared back as if from the bottom of a swimming pool, greenish slowed. She reached out and touched the surface. The cup sang, a tiny, perfect tone, like a glass moved by a finger, like a tuning fork, like a voice humming her name. Chapter 2, Intake Interview. Morning arrived without dawn, just a fluorescent sunrise that clicked on all at once. The ward stretched, yawned, pretended it hadn't been awake the entire time. A tech with glitter on her eyelids knocked once and pushed the door to 6A open with her hip. "Vitals," she sang, as if announcing a party. Her badge read Kayla, MHS. She wheeled in a machine that beeped like a toy trying not to die. Jade stuck out her arm without sitting up. "I missed you too, Kayla." Kayla smiled in a way that said she had a script and liked it. "How are we feeling this morning?" "Plural," Jade murmured. "How inclusive." Maya slid her sleeve up. Her blue band stuck to her skin, warm from sleep. The paper cup still sat on the tray where they'd left it, the water at the brim unshivered, an eyelid that refused to blink. Kayla wrapped the cup. "You'll get the swing of routine," she said, and then, "Oh, hydration points if you finish your cup before breakfast." Maya didn't look at the water. "What are hydration points?" "They're points," Kayla said carefully, as if the concept of points might be fragile. "For privileges, hygiene kits, music time, phone calls on the list. We track them. Like tokens for a game," Jade said. Kayla laughed, then looked briefly at the camera dome in the corner. "Like wellness." When Kayla left, Jade sat up and shoved her hair behind her ear. "Don't let them gamify your thirst," she said, and then, like a gentler afterthought, "You okay?" Maya nodded before she could think. Her eyes found the cup again. The surface was a coin, a perfect little mirror, but weirdly deep. Her reflection wasn't on the surface. It seemed to be floating somewhere underneath, slightly delayed, as if the water needed time to make up its mind about her face. Jade leaned across and flicked the cup with her fingernail.
Ping.
The tone made the hairs on Maya's arms rise. The surface trembled once and then re-smoothed too quickly, like a video edited to cut out the middle. "Breakfast," an intercom announced at a normal, human volume, not the voice from last night's pool bottom. "Line up." They joined the conveyor belt of kids moving down the hall, socks whispering against linoleum. A boy ahead of them kept peeking behind, as if the hallway itself might try a surprise attack. A girl traced the wall with her fingers like she was reading something under the paint. In the cafeteria corner, a bulletin board displayed a calendar in bubble letters. Orientation Group 9 a.m., Dr. Vale. Art Therapy 11 a.m. Closed Unit Walk 2 p.m. Movie Night. Happy Feet. Under it a flyer, Hydrate for Health, with a cartoon droplet giving a thumbs up. Ethan was already at a table, stirring his cereal into paste. His knee bounced so hard the table tremored in sympathy. Caleb sat across from him with Professor propped in the second chair like a tiny, judgmental man. "Night okay?" Ethan asked without looking up. "I dreamed the quiet taught the vents how to breathe," Caleb said. Then it went in the TV, and the polar bear drowned in air. Ethan blinked like that sentence had worked some kind of sympathetic magic on his brain. He pressed a palm flat to the table until the bounce slowed. Maya forced herself to drink from the plastic milk carton first. Band-Aid and cardboard. She could pretend it was punishment and get through it. The cup from their room felt like conversation. She left it, Jade swallowed a triangle of toast. "We meet Dr. Handsome this morning," she said. "Don't let his jawline hypnotize you. He can smell it when you want him to be on your side." "Is he bad?" Maya asked. Jade shrugged. "He's a doctor. He believes in things even when the things don't show up." "Like what?" "Like cause and effect," Jade said. "Like people tell the truth when they know it. Like there's only one of anything." They lined up outside Arlen Vale. MD. His name was etched on a plaque like a gravestone for certainty. A clock above his door read 9 o'clock. The clock above the fire extinguisher read 2:06. "Jade Moreno," Nurse Monahan called. "You're first." Jade hopped off the seat arm where she'd been perching. On her way in, she reached back and squeezed Maya's wrist right above the blue band. The squeeze older sister firm. "If you cry, look at the floor," she said. "It's like lying into a pillow." When the door closed, the waiting area breathed its own waiting breath. A kid snored gently 3 chairs down. Someone hummed 2 notes over and over, badly, like trying to find a third that didn't exist. The camera in the corner had a smudge on its dome in the exact shape of a thumbprint. Ethan leaned into Maya's shoulder. "If he asks about your parents," he said, rubbing at his earlobe like maybe it had insulted him, "say what you mean even if the words feel backwards." "I don't know what I mean," Maya said. "Then say that too." Caleb's lips moved against Professor's fake fur. "We don't say the quiet's name," he whispered to him, then to Maya, quieter. "Sometimes things think they are names." The door cracked. Jade emerged with a paper cup of water and a spiral-bound workbook that said CBT skills on the cover in heroic font, like a comic book for thoughts. Her face looked too clean, like someone had wiped a thumb across it to erase the mess. "He'll like you," she said to Maya, which somehow didn't sound reassuring. "Maya Sutter," Monahan said. Maya's legs were paperclip wire when she stood. Inside, the office was nicer than the rest of the ward without being nice. A rug that pretended not to be industrial. A print of a tree that couldn't be real. A window of frosted glass promising light but not proof. Dr. Vale looked up from a file. In person, the jawline was worse. He had the kind of face that could sell toothpaste and regret. His tie was navy. His eyes were an imprecise gray blue. He didn't smile the way people smile. His mouth shaped the idea of it. "Maya," he said. His voice had a temperature.
"I am Dr. Vale."
"Have a seat." She sat. The chair gave a small, apologetic squeak, then decided that was enough personality. "Do you know why you're here?" he asked. The question slid across her skin like a cold hand looking for a door. "No," she said. "And yes. And I don't know if the things I remember are in order." "That's all right." He clicked a pen and didn't write. "We'll find order together." He asked the kinds of questions that seem like they're one question but are actually 3. About sleep, about food, about whether the world had ever tilted before, about whether she had ever listened too hard to a faucet. He said substance like it was a distant cousin who visited sometimes, unwelcome and familiar. When he asked about last night, she felt the intercom's syllable on her tongue, again like a coin. "There was a voice," she said. "It said my name, and then it said not to trust the water." Vale's pen didn't move. "And how did that make you feel?" "Scared."
"Stupid," she said.
"Like someone else was already inside my head, moving furniture. Like it wanted me to do something specific, and it would wait as long as it had to." He nodded as if that matched something on his sticky note. "Any history of psychosis in your family?" The word landed heavy on the rug, left a dent. "I don't know," she said. "My mom," she repeats things. Lists. When she gets scared, she lines up the cans in the cupboard so the labels face out. "Order as safety," Dr. Vale said softly. "We'll give you some of that here." He turned a page. The paper made a small dry bark. "Maya," he said, and something in the way he said her name felt like he had practiced it. "Did you drink the water?" She looked at the cup on the table. It was already full, waiting. The surface was a coin again. Her reflection was half a beat late. "I didn't," she said. "Good," he said too fast. "Why is that good?" "Because it upset you," he replied smoothly. "Exposure can be gradual." We don't push. We observe. Maya stared at him, and for half a second the frosted window behind him unfrosted. She saw, no, she must have imagined, people moving in the hall outside in double time, staff moving like chess pieces in a practice drill. Then frost again, a soft, kind blur. Dr. Vale steepled his fingers like someone who had read a book about steepling. We'll start a low-dose antipsychotic, he said. We can adjust. I'm already on something, she said. They gave me a white and an amber last night. He glanced at the chart. Quetiapine and hydroxyzine, he said. That's routine. Today we'll keep the quetiapine. We'll hold the hydroxyzine. Because of the water? Maya asked. He smiled, the idea of it again. Because you seem alert. Do you believe me? The question came out without her permission. It startled her with its own nakedness. About the intercom. About the words. I believe you experienced it, he said. Not unkindly. Not unkindly at all. Which is not the same as belief. He slid a workbook toward her. Grounding skills. When the world feels as if it isn't, he said, try the 5 senses exercise. Name 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear, 2 you can smell, 1 you can taste. It reminds your brain of the room you're in. What if the room is the problem? He paused. Then we'll change the room. Can you? Maya asked. His mouth did a complicated thing. We can try. He rose, not a towering rise, practiced to avoid spooking the herd. We'll check in again this afternoon, he said, already at the door. In the meantime, groups, routine is a milk crate, not meant to be beautiful, but it holds up the stage. As he opened the door, the intercom over the bookshelf clicked. A small pop, like a jar opening and then deciding not to be open. Dr. Vale glanced up at it. Very slight. The smallest human flinch, almost permission to believe. You heard that, Maya said. Not a question. I heard a click, he said, the way a person says I heard thunder while pushing open an umbrella. In the waiting area, Jade stood and did a tiny curtsy. Survive, she asked. Define survive, Maya said. Breathing and not promising to be better. Jade said, let's go to group, so we can learn how to regulate joy. Orientation group gathered in a circle of chairs that remembered every slouch. Kayla of the glitter eyelids facilitated, a clipboard propped on her knee, like a small, uncuddly pet. A guy from night shift lingered by the door with a walkie-talkie pressed to his hip. Welcome, Kayla said. Group norms. Respect, no crosstalk. Speak from your own experience. Who wants to share a goal for today? Not drown, muttered someone. Kayla nodded gravely, as if this were a perfectly reasonable and actionable goal. Not drowning is excellent distress tolerance, she said. Would anyone like to share something they noticed about the unit? The clocks don't agree, Maya said before she knew she was speaking. Some say 2:06. Some say not. Kayla's smile didn't flicker. Sometimes the clocks need batteries, she said. We've put in a work order. Great catch. Jade's lips twitched. Work orders are our most sacred scrolls, she said. We whisper them into the vents and hope a maintenance angel hears. Ethan's hands were shaking. He pressed them under his thighs and talked through his teeth like they were a gate. The TV blinks words, he said. Just a flash. Backwards. Like it's practicing how to read. A few kids snorted. One girl with a sleeve of faint bite marks looked up, interested. Kayla drew a little flower on her clipboard. Sometimes our brains will look for patterns because patterns feel safe, she said. If you notice words, see if you can check them with a friend. Share reality. What if reality doesn't share back? Caleb asked. He held Professor to his ear as if the bear were a phone and God had poor reception. Kayla softened her voice to the bedtime story, setting used on toddlers and people who might bite. Reality is something we negotiate as a group, she said. That's what safety does. The door chirped, and Nurse Monahan slipped in with a tray of paper cups. Meds, she announced. Hydration. A double line formed like a reflex. Kayla went around the circle with the cups, offering water with the pills, as if conferring a sacrament. When it was Maya's turn, she held out her hand and the nurse shook 2 tablets into it. The same white bead, the The same amber pearl. Mouth check, Monahan said. Hydrate. Maya stared at the cup. It was a twin of the one in her room, except this one trembled in Kayla's hand from the tiny tremor in Kayla's wrist. The surface wasn't a coin. It was a living skin, rippled by a pulse. I can take them dry, Maya said. Hydration points, Kayla coaxed. Phone time. Water makes me sick, Maya said, which was not true, except today it might be. Nurse Monahan's smile had teeth this time. We can do this easy, Maya. Jade took her cup, tipped it back, swallowed like the act itself was a dare to the universe. She opened her mouth wide to show nothing on her tongue.
Tada, she said.
Now give me the lollipop I won. Kayla laughed. Monahan did not. You know the policy on sugar. Deny joy, promote compliance, Jade said, faux chipper. I respect a brand. Ethan's cup shook so hard the water slopped onto his hand. He flinched as if it burned, then stared at the wet place as if it might grow teeth. He met Maya's eyes, and the look there was clear. Are we doing this? Are we the kind of people who do things? Maya pretended to sip. She tipped the cup enough to wet her lip. The taste was metallic and institutional, like a doorknob. She swallowed the pills dry.
Open, Monahan said.
Maya did. The tongue depressor pressed her tongue gently. Though it tasted like a popsicle had been here once and died. Monahan peered, nodded, checked her off. The tray passed to Caleb. He held his cup with both hands and whispered to Professor. Kayla crouched to be eye level. You okay, buddy? We can breathe together. Caleb looked up, and for a blink his eyes were glass. Not tears, something else, a hard shine. Professor says the water remembers your mouth, he said. So, if you drink it, it will find you later and whisper your name. Professor is very creative, Kayla said. Caleb nodded, satisfied. He put the cup down carefully, untouched, and took his pills on a dry tongue like a little saint. When Monahan leaned in with a stick, he leaned back just enough to make her move forward the tiniest inch, a negotiation of bodies that looked like dance and felt like battle. Kayla clapped once. Great work, everyone, she said, like they'd run a relay rather than swallowed. Let's talk coping. What's worked when your brain tells you something's wrong and you don't know if it is? Run, said the stringy-haired boy from dinner. You don't get far, Jade said. Hum, said the girl with the bite marks. She demonstrated, 2 sad notes again, almost finding a third. The room wobbled around the sound like heat over tar. Maya said, I name things, surprising herself. 5 things I can see. For I can. Grounding, Kayla chimed. Yes. Who wants to try right now? They went around. Chair leg scuff. Kayla's glitter. Caleb's missing button eye. The poster with the happy droplet. The emergency map with the wrong arrows. Touch. Sleeve seam. Cup rim. The rough note of the carpet. The cold bolt head under the chair. Here. Hum, hum, hum. The lights sang their needle thread through the ceiling. The HVAC breathed piecewise like a creature trying not to be caught breathing. Smell was lemon cleaner and sleep and the faint copper coin of anxiety. Taste was memory. The paper milk. The almost sip. When the circle ended, the intercom above the whiteboard clicked. Everyone looked up out of habit, like dogs. Unit walk at 2. It announced in the voice Maya recognized as safe, regulated, uninterested in her personally. Then, layered under it as if the soundboard had 2 tracks open, a whisper that might have been static and might have been spoken. Maya. She didn't look up. She looked at the floor, into the pillow. She could feel the pull to answer, to feed, to lean over a sink and trade names through a coin. She reached for Jade's wrist instead, found the rubber of the blue band, and snapped it once. A note rang up her arm. Not ping this time. No. The magnet lock thumped closed behind them. Later, in 6A, their cups were back on the trays, full to their perfect brims. The surfaces were coins again, waiting to be pressed. Jade stood by hers with her arms folded, unamused. Okay, she said into the quiet, like addressing a neighbor who had been playing music too loud. What do you want? The vent tapped with 1 fingernail. Polite. The intercom above the door clicked once. Both cups sang, just slightly like a wine glass wrung by a wet finger. The note was almost her name, and almost its name, and almost no name at all. Maya set the workbook grounding skills atop her cup like a lid. The tone muffled. It did not stop. Down the hall, a faucet opened and ran for 10 seconds, then shut itself. In the common room, the TV flashed a single frame the staff would later swear had been a glitch. The polar bear standing upright in a corridor lined with doors labeled 6 down both sides, its fur dripping not water but letters that fell to the floor and slid away like eels. On the screen cage, if anyone had placed their mouth close enough to fog it, they could have read, backward.
Retour EHT de sorte-t-on.
Maya lay back on the narrow bed and stared at the seam in the ceiling until it looked like a horizon. Her heartbeat slowed in careful stages. Her tongue felt like a key. She slept with her mouth closed. Chapter 3. Hygiene Checks. The schedule on the bulletin board had a tone of voice even printed on paper. Hygiene checks 6 p.m. It sounded cheerful about supervision. It sounded like a game you played with your dignity. Dinner tasted like dust that had learned to be gravy. They all did their 5 bites. The lights hummed a straight needle through the ceiling tile, stitching the hours together with patient hands. 6 o'clock, Kayla chirped. Showers. Bring your baskets.
2 at a time.
Doors stay open 2 inches. Tech in the hall. Jade rolled her eyes toward the vent. It's their favorite show, she said under her breath. You never lose ratings with humiliation. Maya fumbled with the plastic bin they'd issued her. A cracked comb, a thin bar of soap from a motel's afterlife, a toothbrush with bristles splayed like starburst grass. On top sat a disposable razor in a blister pack. The empty slot where its twin should be made the plastic look like it had been gnawed. I don't, Maya started. You don't have to shave, Jade said. It's a test. They love pretending choices are a parade. Caleb hugged Professor to his chest and stared down the corridor toward the bathrooms as if it were a mouth. Ethan's knee drummed. Sweat pooled in the hollow at his throat, the kind that comes cold before it comes hot. You okay? Maya asked him. He nodded without nodding. My skin feels like a shirt I can't take off. Jade leaned toward him. Breathe in squares, she said. In 4, hold 4, out 4, hold 4. Ethan tried. His square had missing corners. Kayla led them to the shower hall, a row of stall doors, each with a little rectangular window that made privacy into a compromise. The tiles were the color of a lie told with good intentions. The drains were polished mouths. 2 at a time, Kayla repeated. Jade with Maya. Ethan with Caleb. We'll rotate. Remind yourselves. Hygiene is regulation. Warm water cues calm. Maya's tongue remembered don't trust the water, like a cut remembers the knife. Her mouth felt like paper. What if we skip? Jade asked, all innocence sharpened to a weapon. Then we do bed checks, and you get the kind of conversation where we say your full names, Kayla said. And nobody wants that. They went in. Stall 3 swallowed Jade and Maya. The door clicked but didn't latch. Kayla's sneaker soles squeaked on the linoleum outside, a metronome at the edge of their ears. Maya turned the knob and the pipes woke with a throat-clearing cough that shook the wall. The shower head spat once, then ran. The water was not hot or cold. It was a temperature that pretended it had no opinion. Steam gathered, without quite committing to opacity. The mirror over the narrow sink fogged, and then unfogged, and then fogged again, like a confused breath. Jade tossed her razor unopened back into her bin and stepped under the stream with the bravery of a person who knows the trick is to move before your fear catches up. Go fast, she said. It doesn't get bored if you give it a show. Maya stood at the fringe of the spray, the edge where droplets kissed without claiming. The water braided strands through Jade's hair. Rivulets drew long, straight lines down her spine like handwriting. On the mirror, a smear cleared itself. No hand, no cloth. Letters appeared backward, hesitant, as if someone were learning cursive with a finger on the other side of the glass. I am? Maya didn't breathe. Jade turned her face into the stream and came back out with water lathering her lashes. Don't feed it, she whispered without looking and palmed the fog flat. The letters smudged into a wide thumbprint. The shower head clicked, a little internal hiccup, and the spray narrowed like a throat. The stream lifted. No, that was impossible, but it felt lifted, as if gravity had taken a brief personal day. The waterline leaned toward Maya, filament for an instant, the tiniest tendril reaching like a curious child's hand. Back, Jade said, stepping into it as if claiming a territory. The tendril broke into lawful droplets again. It likes you. It wants skin, Maya murmured. You don't owe it, Jade said, and there was steel in her voice that wasn't bravado now. Soap. Rinse.
Done.
From beyond the door, Kayla's voice. 30 seconds. Maya stepped forward enough to wet her hairline. The sensation was a shock of memory. Childhood hoses, rain that tasted like pennies, a sink in a school where the water ran brown for one terrifying second. She eased her hand into the stream. The contact sang, a bone-deep ping, not sound so much as information. Her name hummed behind her knuckles like a trapped gnat. Maya. She pulled back. Good, Jade said. That counts. They stepped out damp and unclean in the right way. Kayla lifted her eyes like a teacher counting heads on a field trip. Great job, she said brightly. Caleb, Ethan, stall 4. Ethan hesitated in the doorway like a swimmer looking at a lake that contained both summer and grief. Caleb went in without a sound, Professor propped tenderly on a dry shelf inside the door. Maya leaned against the opposite wall, the cold of the tile soaking her shoulder blades, and listened. The water coughed. The stream steadied. Ethan made a noise like the opposite of laughter. Breathe, Ethan, Kayla called. Remember safety. The sound changed. Not water on tile, but water on something else. A pattern that mapped a body. Don't trust, Caleb said, strangled and small. Maya moved before she thought. Jade grabbed her wrist. You can't go in, she said. Staff will write you up for crossing sex spaces. They like rules more than CPR.
Kayla,
Maya said. Please. Kayla was already moving, hand flattening the stall door, swinging it open its 2 inches, and then a rule-breaking 3. Steam rushed out like a story eager to be told. Ethan stood under the shower with both palms on the wall, head bowed. Red pinpricks stippled his chest and arms as if the water were printing its own braille across him. Caleb crouched by the drain with his hands cupped like a cup, whispering to Professor, Don't say your name. Kayla's face did that double thing faces do when training collides with instinct. She cut the water, reached for a towel, then changed her mind and reached for Ethan's shoulders, grounding him with the weight of her hands. Look at me, she said. 4 corners, Ethan. Eyes to corners. Ethan lifted his face. His pupils were midnight coins. He found Kayla's eyes, then the screw at the top right of the doorframe, then the bottom left tile crack, then Kayla again. His breath stumbled until it found a rhythm. It's just water, he said, as if auditioning the line. It's just water, Kayla echoed, exactly on cue. Maya's eyes fell to the drain. In the ring of wet metal, the reflection was wrong. It wasn't the ceiling it showed, but a hallway of doors labeled 6A going away and away and away, and something moving down that hall with patient weight. She blinked. The drain was a drain again, a dark coin in a throat. Great job, Kayla said, and meant it. Towels.
dry.
Back to rooms. On the way out, Ethan's elbow brushed Maya's palm. A residue sat there afterward, a chill like after snow. She rubbed her hand on her jeans, and the cold stuck. Back in 6A, night meds waited in their cups like obedient planets. The intercom coughed. The safe voice recited the bedtime liturgy. Night meds at 8:30. Lights out at 9. Checks every 15. Under it, almost a shadow pretending to be a sound. Trade. Jade set her cup on the tray, untouched. No deal, she said to the air. Go barter in 5C. Maya's cup hummed, the smallest sympathetic vibrato, like a string plucked one room over. She put her hand on the workbook grounding skills to stop herself from touching the rim. Nurse Monahan came with her clipboard and her steadiness. Maya, she said softly, as if they were sharing a secret. How are you tolerating the quetiapine? Maya looked at the nurse's eyes. They were blue the way printer ink is blue, flat, and certain. It makes the edges farther away, she said, but the middle is closer. Monahan checked a box.
We'll note that.
Did you ever hear the intercom talk? Maya asked. Monahan's pen stopped midair.
All the time, she said, dry.
It loves to announce lunch. I mean, not the schedule. Monahan's mouth did a polite press. If you hear anything that worries you, speak to staff. Maya held the paper cup in both hands like a candle. The water trembled once, and then stilled as if shushing itself. She took the pills dry. She opened her mouth as requested. The tongue depressor pressed her tongue as if stamping a letter. Hydrate, Monahan reminded. The ritual line. I'll try later, Maya said. Hydration points, Kayla sang from somewhere, as if she were the ward's happy conscience. Monahan didn't insist. That was worse. Across the hall, in 6B, Ethan stared at his own cup like it owed him money. Caleb had turned professor to face the wall, as if to prevent temptation. Do bears drink? Ethan muttered. Not if their mothers tell them the river can say words, Caleb said. Ethan laughed once, and then the laugh broke in half.
He took his pills dry.
He swished the water in his cup without drinking. What if it wants to remember us, he asked, because we keep forgetting ourselves? Don't feed it, Caleb said, not looking, and swaddled Professor in a towel like a baby. Lights dimmed. The ward settled into its night shape. The camera domes gleamed. The vents whispered the regulation of a building that knows how to breathe without anyone noticing. Maya lay on her back and watched the seam in the ceiling. The cup on the tray glowed the way water does when it decides to pretend it's only water. Under the workbook, the note kept humming, trying to make the paper sympathetic. Tell me something ordinary, she whispered into the dark. Jade considered, voice a bedside story in its own right. I once ate half a pizza by myself and didn't feel guilty, she said. Your turn. Maya thought. The memories were all filed in the wrong drawers. She opened one, and there was a porch step and someone's laughing mouth and an ambulance's distant whine and the blue rubber of a glove. She shut it. She opened another. A grocery store watermelon with a web scar. Her mother lining soup cans from darkest label to lightest. Her father. Did she have one here? Whistling off-key on purpose, so she would laugh and correct him. I could jump rope, she said. Like, really fast.
Double Dutch, even.
My feet remembered even when my brain didn't.
She paused.
I think. See, Jade said. Ordinary. The quiet hates that. The intercom clicked. The safe voice didn't speak. Instead, there was the sound of someone clearing a throat who had never had a throat. Then, very clear, like a voice pressed to glass. Maya. She rolled to her side, so she could look at the red LED. What? Trade. What do you want?
Second.
You said that, Maya whispered. What do I get? The intercom breathed. Vents ticked. Somewhere, a faucet turned itself on and then off. Polite. The voice. Hush. Jade said steadily. We don't talk to thieves. What if it isn't stealing? Maya asked. She hadn't meant to ask out loud. What if a fire wants to borrow your house? Jade said. Call it borrowing if it makes you polite. Her hand found the edge of Maya's blanket and held, a tether made of hospital fabric and stubbornness. Maya closed her eyes. The water hummed behind paper. When sleep finally took her, it didn't do it kindly. She fell into a corridor where every door said 6A, and every clock said 2:06, and the floor sloped like a beach just before the sea remembers you owe it something. A tide came without water, and with it, letters rolled in the surf like shells. Rata yht cert ton. They clattered at her feet and dissolved into her footprints. She woke to the sound of a metal door closing, far down the corridor. A hollow clang that made the air after it feel newer by exactly 1 second. The cup on the tray was empty. Her workbook lay beside it, damp at the corner, as if someone had lifted it gently and then laid it down again. Maya sat up. The sheet adhered to her spine where sweat had cooled into glue. The camera dome stared like a moon. In the air above the tray, so faint she wouldn't have seen it if she'd blinked, a ring of mist, the briefest halo of breath, fading. "Jade," she said, throat dry around the word. "My cup." Jade was already sitting up, hair a dark slant, eyes full night. "Mine too," she said. "It drank without us." They looked at each other for a long time, the way people look at the edge of a rooftop, considering the distance and the body. "We didn't feed it," Jade said. "That matters." The vent tapped, once like a knuckle. Down the hall, something moved. Not footsteps. A sound like a sleeve sliding along tile. Maya stood, walked to the little wired window, and peered into the corridor. The polar bear from the TV stood there, in the flesh of a thought, for the patient white of static, eyes human brown for a blink, and then black again. It turned its head toward her with the unstartled calm of animals in a dream. Its fur dripped letters that melted before they hit the floor. She didn't speak because there are only so many bargains you can make in a night. The bear lowered its head as if listening to the tiles. It walked, unhurried, past 6A, past 6B, past the seclusion room with the tooth-scarred mattress, and stopped by the drinking fountain. It pressed a paw to the button. Water arced. The bear bent and drank, and for a second the arc held the shape of a mouth saying her name. Maya. The fountain cut off. The bear lifted its head. It breathed once, leaving ice on the grate, and then it was only a shadow coalescing and sliding along the baseboard like water searching for low ground. Maya's hands shook hard enough to rattle the tray. She clamped them still between her knees and watched the empty cup in case it decided to refill itself with her name. Behind her, Jade said, "We should tell Vale. Will he believe us?" Maya asked. "No," Jade said, "but we will make him stand between us and it anyway." They did not sleep again. The ward did. Or, at least it performed sleep. The checks, the flashlight arcs, the memo flip of staff moving pieces from one pile to another. The camera domes gleamed like patient planets. At 6 o'clock by the nurse's clock, the fluorescence clicked on. Morning arrived without dawn. Kayla wheeled the vitals machine into 6A and stopped, eyes catching on the cups. "Thirsty girls," she said lightly. "We didn't drink," Jade said. Kayla's smile faltered, the slightest glitch. "Well," she said, recovering, "maybe the night text cleared them." "They didn't," Maya said. Kayla looked at her. Really looked at her, past the script. Her glitter eyeliner had smudged. "Tell me what happened," she said, too soft for the recorder to love. Maya described the ring of breath, the water disappearing, the bear. As she spoke, Caleb appeared in the doorway, professor tucked under his chin. Ethan hovered behind him, the space under his eyes purpled like bruised fruit. "The polar bear drank," Caleb said. "It learned the fountain's mouth." Kayla's throat worked around to swallow. She wrote nothing. "Okay," she said, and the word had the brave wobble of a chair with one short leg. "Okay, well, tell Dr. Vale." Jade lifted her chin. "Bring him here," she said. "Tell him to bring a cup." Dr. Vale came with the morning smell of coffee and the night's smell of lemon cleaner still refusing to die. He stepped into 6A, glanced at the empty cups, at the damp corner of the workbook, at the girls' faces. He didn't ask if anyone was sure.
Credit for that.
"You've documented this?" he asked Kayla without looking away from Maya. Kayla hesitated. "I heard their account," she said. "Good." He set a fresh cup on the tray and turned to Maya. "If this is a shared perceptual event, we can structure it. We can control the frame." Jade snorted. "We put it in a scrapbook?" "We decide where to look," Vale said evenly. He reached for the sink and turned the faucet. The water ran clear and apathetic. He filled the cup halfway and set it beside the empty ones. "Do not drink," he said to Maya and Jade and the room. "We'll observe." "You'll stare at a cup," Jade said. "I'll stare at a cup," he agreed. Sometimes the difference between superstition and science is whether anyone wrote it down while it was happening. He pulled a chair to the tray. He sat. He checked his watch. He didn't blink too often. He did not, Maya realized, once look at the camera dome. "You're really going to sit there?" Jade said, half admiration, half curse. As long as it takes, he said. The intercom clicked. The safe voice announced, "Orientation group at 9. Under it, for Maya alone, or for anyone who had touched the water with their name, another line slid through. Trade. Dr. Vale turned his head slightly. I heard a click. Of course you did, Jade said. They watched the cup. The surface was a coin, bright as a small sun. It reflected Vale's tie, Maya's anxious jaw, Jade's steady dare. Time dragged itself forward by its fingernails. 8:12 by one clock, 2:06 by another. Ethan and Caleb lingered in the doorway, Caleb whispering into Professor's ear as if dictating minutes. The quiet says the doctor wants to be the water, Caleb reported gravely. So they can be in every cup. Tell the quiet to write that in the suggestion box, Jade said. The cup did nothing. Then it breathed. Not air, an illusion of movement, a convexing of the surface, a bulge like a tiny forehead pressing up to meet a palm. The note rose from it, thin as a mosquito, pitched to a place you feel before you hear. Vale held up a hand like a conductor closing a throat. Don't move, he said softly. The water smoothed. The breath ring hovered in the air above it. Faint, mist pale, and then collapsed inward as if inhaled by a small, invisible mouth. Maya's tongue went dry as paper rubbed on paper.
Vale Lindin.
If there is a mechanism, he said, voice barely above the hum, it is unnatural or unobserved, not supernatural. There are vents, pressure differentials. Doctor, Jade said, not mocking now, shut up. The water trembled again, and then, with delicate certainty, a single drop lifted itself from the surface and hovered at the height of a fingertip. It wavered, considering, then fell back into the cup without splash. Vale's pen scratched at nothing. He wasn't writing. His hand had simply remembered the motion. He swallowed. Okay, he said, a man removing a favorite theory set brick by careful brick. Okay. The intercom popped. The safe voice cleared its throat. The ward returned to its programming. Somewhere, a nurse laughed like a sound effect at exactly the wrong time.
Vale Sotod.
He put his hand flat on the tray near the cup without touching it, as if warming his palm over a candle. You will not, he said to the air and to the cup and to the part of the room that held the hum. Take anything we don't give you. Jade smiled, of all things. Look who believes, she said. Vale didn't answer. He looked at Maya.
Grounding, he said. Right now.
5 things. Maya dragged her eyes across the room. Tray.
Cup.
Blue band.
Your tie.
Jade's hair. Touch. Sheet edge, she said, grasping it. Cold bolt. Paper corner.
Band.
My own skin. The last surprised her. It helped. Listen.
Hum. Vent.
Shoes in the hall. Smell. Lemon.
Soap.
Coffee from your mouth.
Taste. Paper, she said. Fear. Vale nodded. Good.
The cup did not empty. It did not sing. It only remembered them, which was almost worse. Vale reached for it. I'm going to drain this, he said, and did. In the sink, each second of the pour a long rope that straightened the hair on Maya's arms. He set the cup back on the tray upside down. Group at 9, he said, like an apology. We'll talk after. He left with Kayla, low voices blending into the hum. Ethan and Caleb drifted after them like leaves in a hallway stream. Maya and Jade were alone with the overturned cup and the damp workbook and the seam in the ceiling that had learned her name. What if it asks again? Maya whispered. It will, Jade said. It likes you. You're polite in the way prey is polite. What do I do? Jade reached across the gap, hooked a finger in Maya's blue band, and let it snap, soft but precise. Say no, she said, every time, until you don't need to say it out loud. They lay back on the narrow beds and looked at the horizon seam. The light hummed like a promise and a threat. The cup stayed where it was, its mouth shut for now. In the common room, the TV flickered. The polar bear stared out through the bars. For a half-beat, its eyes were gray-blue and tired. The letters dripping from its fur spelled nothing.
Yet.
The intercom clicked. The safe voice cleared its throat. Orientation group at 9. It said, and then, softer, almost gracious. Good girls? Chapter 4. The Sprinklers. The day arranged itself into boxes. Orientation, skills, lunch, quiet time like a board game that refused to end. After Vale drained the cup and set it mouth down like a punished animal, they went through the motions. Chairs in a circle, breathing with the corners, the poster that said feelings are friends in letters that made Jade grind her teeth. Phone calls after hydration check. Nurse Monahan announced at noon. Hydration points must be current. Jade lifted a brow at Maya. Guess whose current isn't? I'll live, Maya said, because it was the bravest sentence she could carry right now. Ethan put his head on his folded arms and spoke into the sleeve of his hoodie. What if my current is dry? Kayla wheeled the hydration cart out like a dessert tray. Cups already filled, the surfaces smooth and coin bright. Someone had placed a clipboard on top with a row for signatures, as if consent could be notarized. Hydration points, Kayla called, sing-song, trying to make the word a kindness. A line formed. Maya stood off to one side and practiced the 5 things. Chair scrape, poster thumbtack, Kayla's glitter, bolt head, blue band. Sleeve seam, paper edge, skin, hair elastic. Hum, vent, bar radio click. Lemon cleaner, old coffee. Paper. Caleb shuffled to the cart, Professor tucked in his elbow like a purse. His fingers hovered over the cups without touching. What if I say my name wrong so it can't find me? He asked Kayla. Kayla crouched, voice soft. You're safe, she said. You don't have to drink. He nodded solemnly. He signed the sheet anyway, a careful Caleb with each letter standing separate like polite people on a bus. Jade took a cup and clinked it against the clipboard's metal clip like a toast. To our overlord, she murmured. She tipped the water into the potted plant beside the nurse's station, a brittle pot hose trying its best, and set the empty cup back on the tray. She winked at Maya without heat. Hydrated. Monahan saw. Monahan pretended not to see. The way some adults let children cheat when the game is stupid. The intercom caught its breath. Lunch, it announced, safe and bored. Underneath, a thin ribbon of whisper slid between the words. Trade. Maya didn't lift her head. Chicken nuggets that tasted like the idea of chicken. Ketchup in packets that read like warnings. Jade made a face at the Hydrate for Health flyer and bit the corner of her nugget like it was the flyer's ear. I keep wanting to ask it what it gets out of this, Ethan said, and peered into his milk carton as if a mouth inside might answer. Skin, Maya said. It keeps saying skin. Everything wants a door, Jade said. Skin is a door. Caleb dipped a nugget into his ketchup without looking. He wasn't eating, he was painting. He dragged the nugget across the styrofoam plate and wrote backward letters, eyes half closed, as if copying from a mirror only he could see.
Rata.
Ethan watched his hand. Can you stop? He asked gently. Please. Caleb blinked, and the letters became a smear, the red as sunset the plate didn't deserve. He lifted Professor to his ear. The bear says sprinklers are mouths, he whispered. They drink down. Maya's tongue went cold. There are sprinklers? Jade tilted her chin toward the ceiling. Little chrome discs as flower heads studded the tiles, the kind you never look at until you do. Every 8 feet, she said. Like a religion. Do they work? Maya asked, Jade's smile crooked. You hear that, she said to the ceiling. They're questioning your faith. As if taking offense, the intercom squawked. Then the alarm trilled. 2 short, 1 long. Radios came alive like insects waking to sun. The nurse at the station didn't stand. She rose the way people trained to move calmly rise. Fire drill, she called. This is a drill. Stay with staff. Line up at the marks. Walk, don't run. Of course, Jade muttered. Invite the sky to spit. Kayla clapped twice, a kindergarten teacher to a room full of almost adults. Hands at your sides. Let's go, friends. They filed into the hall. The magnet locks thumped, releasing doors in a crisp wave. The lights went a notch brighter and colder, like the air had been polished with worry. Ethan's knee was jacking at double tempo. "Breathe in squares," Maya whispered. "My square is a circle," he said through his teeth. The first sprinkler farther down the hall blinked. Not a visual blink, a pressure blink, a silver of air that seemed to dent. Maya watched its metal face as you watch a dog you do not know. Friendly? Dr. Vale strode out from his office, tie straight as a threat. He scanned the ceiling, counted automatically, the way you count exits in a new theater. He met Monahan's eyes and nodded once. "We're doing this. Any actual smoke?" He asked the room, which is to say, "Any excuse not to?" "Negative." Someone radioed back. "Then why them?" Jade whispered. "Because it's a drill," Kayla said, gentle by habit, not by belief. They moved to the marks on the floor. Tape excess in patient height intervals. A tech held the door open to the therapeutic garden, and the stink of damp mulch pushed in like an apology. The alarm cut.
Sie längsaam.
Every sprinkler opened. Not all at once, a staggered bloom, heads popping with a dry ting like pennies thrown at a bell, then the drop, then the white noise chorus as water sheeted down. The hallway became rain indoors, clean at first, then not, picking up the smell of dust and lemon cleaner and something else thin and metallic. "Back," Monahan shouted. "Garden." The staff moved like a well-practiced hand. The kid stumbled in 4 directions at once. The first splash hit the back of Maya's neck and slid under her collar like a finger. The note wrote it, soft, mosquito, her name. She slapped her hand to the spot and felt the hum spin under her palm.
Maya.
Jade grabbed her wrist. "Move." They ran, not running, walking briskly, toward the open door. Spray needled down. The tiles turned glossy and treacherous. Ethan wobbled, caught himself against the wall, yelped when the water pushed between his fingers. "It's just water," Kayla called, voice too bright, too brave. "Eyes on me." "Just water," Ethan said, auditioning again. "Just water." A line of droplets along the wall seams held shape too long, beads like a stringed sentence. They shivered and slid together, pooled, a migrating comma. Caleb threw his body over Professor's head. "Not my bear," he gasped. "Not his stitches. He can't swim. He's cotton." "Out, out," Monahan said, shepherding with both arms. Jade shoved Maya ahead, hand hard, the kind of touch that argues with walls. In the doorway, a thin veil of water ran off the lip and made a beaded curtain. The beads thickened as they watched, bulged, connected themselves into the outline of a mouth, an oval that pulled into an O and whispered, without sound, "Maya." "Don't feed it," Jade hissed. "Eyes on me." Maya looked at Jade's mouth and said, "No." The mouth in the water flickered and fell. The beaded curtain returned to simple gravity. They burst into the garden, a rectangle of suffering shrubs and a picnic table bolted to concrete. The rain pursued them, pouring from the eaves. The outside air smelled like worms and new coins. Ethan bent double, hands on knees, his breath coming in saw cuts. "I'm not drinking," he panted, as if speaking to a judge. I'm not. It doesn't need you to swallow," Jade said. "It just needs surface area." "Helpful," Ethan said, and then gagged once and didn't. Dr. Vale stood in the doorway inside the rain, looking taller for being drenched. He spoke into his radio with a doctor voice that didn't belong to anyone else. "Kill the line. Now." "It is a drill," the radio scolded. "We ride it out, Doc." I said, Vale repeated, not louder, only colder. "Kill it." Something thunked in the bones of the building. The sprinklers shuddered. The flow thinned, then stopped, leaving a ceiling full of wet mouths blinking dumbly. Water still pattered from every edge and cuff and hair end, drawing lines on skin like palm readers bored with mercy. Kayla counted heads. Monahan counted wrists. The tech with the walkie counted seconds until the all clear, as if his breath could move time. "Okay," Vale said. He looked like a man who had just lost a bet and decided to smile anyway. He stepped aside for the next set of staff to fan mops through the hall. "Okay." Jade shook her hands out like a cat, then squeezed water from the hem of her shirt. "If this is exposure therapy," she said to him, "you might send an email first." Vale's mouth tightened. That wasn't me. What was it? Maya asked. Her voice felt like the underside of a rock. Damp, stunned. A glitch, he said, because saying a thing with an appetite makes paperwork weird. Caleb touched the top of Professor's head with one careful fingertip.
He drank, he said.
He says the sprinklers call us by our shoulder blades. I don't want shoulder blades, Ethan muttered. Take them back. Inside, Monahan called. Dry clothes, blankets, hot beverages. A chorus of small pleasures moved. Towels, donated sweats, cocoa from packets that tasted like a chocolate rumor. Staff passed out sets like Tria. The hallways smelled like a laundromat and a dream about drowning. Back in 6A, the cup on the tray had refilled itself to the brim. It had no shame. Of course you did, Jade told it. Maya looked at the surface. No coin this time. No mirror. The water was cloudy, a faint milkiness as if someone had breathed through it and the breath had decided to stay. Suspended in that cloud, letters drifted. Pale, slow, not quite committed to alphabet. Vale,
Jade called.
He appeared in the doorway, hair dripping onto his collar. He stopped when he saw the cup. For a small, blessed moment, he didn't speak as a doctor. He spoke as a person in a room with a problem. Oh, he said, God. The intercom popped. The safe voice began, found itself interrupted by something that coughed once in its throat and chose a different sentence. Phone calls delayed. Maintenance. Then layered. Maya. Stop, Maya said to it, because the word had teeth she could use. Stop saying my name.
The cup sang.
A tiny, perfect tone.
Ma.
Jade flipped the workbook grounding skills onto it again, like a lid. The tone clipped off. Vale pinched the bridge of his nose hard, as if trying to dislodge a headache that was not a headache. I need you to tell me exactly what you're experiencing, he said, reflex, but also plea. Maya swallowed. It wants to learn us, she said. Tongue and skin. It wants access. It likes loops. It likes the same time. It likes 206. It likes the word don't. And it doesn't live in the water, Jade added. It lives in the distance between the water and the thing it touches. Vale nodded, slow, as if filing that where it could knock over fewer shelves. I'm contacting facilities, he said, doctor again. And IT. And the fire panel vendor. And everyone. He looked at Maya. I'm not leaving you alone with that. He meant the cup. He meant the building. Great, Jade said. Bring snacks. He didn't smile. He left, and the quiet he took with him rushed back like a tide. Ethan and Caleb appeared, damp and wrapped in hospital blankets with cartoon whales that made everything crueler. Ethan flopped onto Maya's roommate's bed like a fallen flag. I heard it while my mouth was closed, he said to the ceiling. How am I supposed to not feed it if I'm not feeding it? Don't give it your attention, Jade said.
It already has that, Ethan said.
Caleb set Professor very carefully on Maya's tray, as if presenting a witness. He says the water wants to be our mirror, Caleb reported in his careful, small voice. So, we won't need the kind with glass. Smart bears, Jade said. Dumb gods. Kayla knocked and stuck her head in. Glitter eyeliner had carved little rivers in the rain. Everyone okay? She asked, voice pitched careful. Define okay, Jade said the ritual. Kayla glanced at the turned-over workbook, at the covered cup, at 4 wet kids pretending not to shake. I brought extra blankets, she said, and left them without foisting. Her kindness was a little broken at the edges. It made Maya want to cry. Dr. Vale says phones at 5, Kayla added. If maintenance clears the lines. Hydration points. Jade asked, pure mischief as self-defense.
Kayla smiled, finally.
A generous God forgives. They filled the hours with committee-approved coping, card games with missing jacks, a word search where the only word Maya could find was NO, drawing the polar bear and then erasing it until the paper tore. At 5, the phone list came out like a sacrament. Monahan called names. Kids took turns in the little glass-walled room by the nurse's station where privacy went to die. Jade Moreno, Monahan said. Jade went, shoulders back, Humor loaded, a boxer bouncing. Maya watched through the wire mesh as Jade lifted the receiver, dialed numbers from memory or a body's old reflex. She saw Jade's mouth form mom, saw her lips press thin, then move. She couldn't hear the words, but she saw the tell, the tiny roll of the eyes, the smile that wasn't, the slackening as a voice on the other end became a script Jade already knew. And then Jade's eyes cut up to the corner of the room, where the camera dome sat like a plugged black sun. She froze. She lowered the receiver an inch. She said, very slowly, "Who is this?" The intercom clicked. Not the ward one, the tiny speaker in the phone base. A fizz. A whisper. Jade held the receiver like a living thing she might crush. "Jade." Maya called, before she could stop herself. Jade turned, face blanked to a wall. She set the receiver down with exaggerated care, like putting a baby to sleep. She stepped out of the phone room and closed the door. "Who was it?" Maya asked. Jade's mouth didn't move for a heartbeat. "Then, it said it was my mother," she answered, evenly. "Then it said it was the part of me that doesn't want me to leave. Then it said it was the quiet practicing my mother. Then it said nothing, and that was the worst one." Monahan's jaw tightened. She put a out of order sign on the phone with a strip of blue tape. Ethan lifted both arms and let them fall. "So, no calls." "Tomorrow," Monahan said, the way people say tomorrow when they need to get to the end of today. Dr. Vale moved through the ward like a calculation. He had a clipboard, a shadow, and a smear of ceiling dust on his sleeve from touching something he shouldn't have touched. He pulled Kayla aside. He pulled Monahan aside. He looked into 6A, saw the covered cup, and made a small helpless shape with his mouth that said, "I am unwilling to pretend you are wrong." Lights out. The hum settled lower, like a note a giant would hum to itself while turning pages. The checks continued their quarter-hour heartbeat. Somewhere, a door burped and closed. Maya lay on her back and watched the scene. The blue band warmed under her fingers when she tapped it. "No in rubber." "Tell me something ordinary," she whispered. Jade considered in the dark. "I once learned how to thread film through a projector," she said. "Like old movies." It clicked in, and the light went on, and the sound rattled like bones. Maya smiled into the pillow. "I used to bite my nails. My mom bought that bitter paint. I ate the paint until I liked it." "Reckless," Jade said, admiring. The intercom clicked. The safe voice stayed asleep. What came through was the sound of water traveling in pipes. Fast, slow, fast, as if changing its mind around corners. It breathed once. It said, in a voice almost her own, "Maya." "No," Maya said, and was surprised at how steady it came out. "Trade."
No. Seguin.
"You can't have it." A long, long silence then, as if whoever was on the other end had turned their head to think about something else. Maya almost drifted. Her body believed the argument won. Then the intercom spoke again. Not water. Not schedule. Not whisper. A child's voice. Small.
Clear.
Familiar in the way songs on the radio are familiar even when you've never heard them. "Professor says," it announced gently, "I left my ear in the sink. Can you get it for me, Maya?" "Caleb." Maya sat up so fast the bed's metal frame barked. She looked to 6B through the glass. Dark shapes, breathing lumps. No movement. No light.
No Caleb. "Jade," she said.
"Listen." The intercom repeated, patient, obedient. "I left my ear in the sink. Can you get it for me, Maya?" Jade swung her legs over the side. "Don't." "I know," Maya said. "I won't." Someone walked past the door. The tech on checks, and the flashlight slid across the crack at the bottom like the licking of a blade. The beam paused, moved on. Maya stood, crossed to the tiny sink. She turned the faucet a whisper, enough for a line of water to draw a silver thread across the basin. The drain stared up, coin black. She turned it off again, gently. The intercom waited. In 6B, a shape shifted, Ethan rolling, maybe. The bare silhouette sat up on the pillow, one eye bright where the hall light glinted. Professor looked toward the sink in 6B, as if agreeing with someone about something inside it. Say no, Jade said low. Maya placed her palm flat over her own sink's drain, the metal cool and pitted. No, she said into her hand, into the metal, into the pipe. The intercom exhaled. The vent ticked. The cup under the workbook hummed once, a muffled complaint, and went still. Somewhere far down the corridor, the polar bear put its paw on the fountain button again. Water arced. It drank, and the arc said a word that was not Maya this time. It said, in a voice that was mostly static, but also a little boy, help. Maya lay back down. She kept her palm on the drain until sleep pinned it there. In the morning, the cup would be empty again. The workbook corner, damp. The out-of-order sign would be on the phone still, as if tomorrow had been delayed. The clocks would disagree with each other in a way that wasn't an argument so much as a prophecy. For now, the ward breathed. The sprinklers were silent, their mouths dry and silver. The seam in the ceiling held, a horizon you could not reach. The quiet tapped once, politely, on the vent, and did not insist. Chapter 5, Visitation. The morning announced itself in bulletin board fonts. Family hour 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. A flyer with 2 cartoon hands clasped together pretended the building could be held that easily. Kayla wheeled vitals into 6A and stopped at the sight of the cup. Emptied again sometime between sleep and checks. The workbook corner damp like a lip print. She didn't smile. We're trialing a dry ward protocol until maintenance clears the line, she said, voice careful.
No Cinex. No fountains.
Paper cones removed. Bottled drinks only, sealed and observed. Staff will open for you. If you're thirsty, ask. She looked at Maya when she said ask, as if the word mattered. Jade propped herself on one elbow. And if the bottles grow mouths? Kayla's glitter had migrated to her cheekbones like shed scales. Then we escalate, she said. Again. Outside the door, a man in a polo with facilities stitched over his heart dragged a bright orange wet/dry vacuum like a sulky dog. Another crouched under a ceiling tile with a flashlight, peering into the vein work. A third stood by the sprinklers with a clipboard and the lost air of someone who had come to fix a thing that wasn't broken in any of the ways he understood. Good luck, Jade called to them. It learns fast. The man under the tile pretended he hadn't heard. Ethan drifted in, eyes pooled with 2 o'clock bruises. Caleb followed, Professor riding high on his shoulder like a captain squeaking orders into the wind. Protocols, Ethan announced, too loud on purpose. We love them. We marry them. We name our kids after them. Caleb pressed 2 wads of cotton, ripped from somewhere, into his ears, and then spoke at an unnecessary volume. Professor says if you don't hear your name, it has to spell you on the skin. Maya winced. The words felt like a draft running along her bones. Don't feed it, Jade said, automatic now, a bedside prayer. We ration attention. Nurse Monahan arrived with a crate of sealed juices, apple, grape, orange. The caps glinted with a safety collar you had to break. Beside her, Dr. Vale looked like he had been up all night teaching himself how to believe in several things at once. Bottles open with staff, Monahan recited.
Sips supervised.
If you feel pressure in the pipes, notify. Pressure in the pipes, Jade repeated, as in voices. As in pressure, Monahan said mildly, but her eyes understood the translation. Visiting hour stays, Vale said, unless we see anything. He didn't define anything. He didn't have to. Do I get to choose? Ethan asked, as in, do I have to be seen by people who knew me before my skin learned new tricks? You can refuse, Monahan said. Refusal will be documented. Ah, Ethan said, my immortal record. Maya rubbed the blue band until it warmed. The thought of her mother in this room made the seam in the ceiling flex. She pictured the lined-up soup cans, the labels soldiered to front. Would her mother line up the kids, if she could? Turn them all to face out? Eat, Kayla said gently. It helps. They did their 5 bites. The nuggets tasted like an apology. The ketchup packets read like a warning again. The TV in its cage displayed a frozen iceberg and an endless blue mouth of sea. A polar bear off-screen breathed its patient, static breath. At 1:17 by one clock and 2:06 by another, IT rolled in a cart stacked with boxed intercoms. A young tech with a ring in his eyebrow and a warehouse-scarred voice grinned at the nurse's station like a guy who could charm an error code.
Full swap, he said.
New speakers, new head unit, new wiring where I can. No phantom audio on my watch. On your watch, Jade murmured. Unlucky watch. He unscrewed the intercom in 6A while they watched him the way you watch a magician disassemble a cage. He pulled the faceplate and showed them the inside. A tangle of wires and dust, a spider's husk as light as an idea. Lots of caked on, he said cheerfully, as if dust were the problem. You know these vents pull all kinds of... The vent above him tapped. A polite knuckle. The tech's grin didn't falter. He replaced wires with wires, plastic with plastic, clicked the new faceplate into place like a lid aligned to threads. He tested with a handheld talkback. Test, test, Unit 6A, came his own embarrassed echo, harmless and human. Kayla clapped lightly. Magic. The tech winked. Just plugs. He rolled on to the next room, a bright shopping cart in a haunted grocery. Maya watched the new intercom's red LED blink itself alive. It looked newly shaven. It looked innocent. She did not believe in innocence that fit inside a rectangle. Grounding, Vale said softly, like a reminder. 5, 4, 3, chair leg scuff, Maya said. Bolt head. Kayla's glitter. The if you feel unsafe sign. Jade's stupid brave mouth. Hey, Jade said, pleased. Touch, Vale prompted. Band. Paper corner. Sheet edge. My own hair. Here.
Hum.
Footsteps. Someone lying into a phone 3 rooms down. She blinked. That last had slipped out. She hadn't intended to say it.
Smell.
Lemon. Old bread. Vale's coffee breath.
Taste. Metal, she said.
And no. Good, he said. It helped until it didn't, which was still something. Visitation set itself up like a display. The common room buffed and straightened, chairs pulled into orderly arrays. A table with forms. Who you are. Why you are here.
Who you are seeing.
A stack of paper cups for coffee and tea, which Monahan briskly carried back to the nurse station and replaced with sealed bottles of soda and individually wrapped tea bags like small neutral flags. Maya stood by the doorway and felt the idea of her mother approaching. She thought she would hear high heels and a grocery list. Instead, she heard soft sneakers and the sound of someone rehearsing not to cry. A woman stepped through, clutching a purse as if it contained permission. Yenny Sutter on her visitor sticker. 38 with the hands of a person who lifted and put down the same objects every day in the same order. Her eyes went bright at the sight of Maya, then careful. She checked the nurse's station the way you check a stove. Oh, she said, a word that does duty for 20. Look at you. Hi, Maya said. Her mouth remembered old shapes and the feel of being kissed on the hairline. They sat. The building adjusted itself to strangers. Doors breathed. Cameras swallowed reflections. At the next table, a boy held a father's stare like a plank. In the far corner, a grandmother's body trembled at the frequency of grief, while she pretended to be merely cold. How are you? And asked, palms flat on her skirt to keep them busy. Hydrated, Maya said, because Gallo's humor tasted safer than nothing. We have protocols. And smoothed an invisible wrinkle. Do they help? Yes, Maya said. And no. I brought your sweatshirt, and said, from the purse, triumphant. A gray hoodie with a soft inside, and a faint smell of the kitchen cabinet where it had slept. The one you like, with the thumb holes. Maya pulled it on. The fabric was a door she could close. Thanks. And looked at the table. At the ceiling. At the inverted coin of a light fixture. Your room, she said. Is it clean? Maya pictured the cup. The damp workbook. The seam that learned names. It's tidy, she said, and nodded, a small jerky movement as if it had gotten caught. I told them. I told them that you alphabetize the spices. That it helps.
They liked that.
She smiled too wide. They wrote it down. Maya wanted to press her forehead to her mother's palm the way she used to. She wanted to ask about soup cans. Instead, she said, Mom, do you believe in not in ghosts, but in buildings that remember?
And blinked.
Like history, like the water knows you. The words fell on the table and didn't bounce, and swallowed. The sink at home. I keep hearing it, she said, voice dropping because the room had trained her. At night, the drip. I set a bowl under it, but the bowl is dry in the morning. Isn't that silly? Drips, no water. Maya reached across and put her finger on her mother's pulse where it flitted, bird in a hand. Not silly, she said. At the other table, Jade sat across from a woman with lipstick too red and a blouse that looked like it made her itchy. They smiled at each other with their teeth. Their conversation moved with the mechanical precision of an antique clock, all gears and no mercy. You're back, the woman said. I came for the food, Jade replied. I told them you just need discipline. I told them you're an expert. They drank sealed sodas while maintaining eye contact with the room. Neither touched the caps inside. Ethan had no visitor. He sat anyway, palms on table, and talked to the empty chair the way people talk to the bathroom mirror. I know you're busy, he said, so staff would not feel they had to fix a loneliness with policy. It's fine. Caleb's visitor was an aunt who smelled like cigarettes and clean laundry and the exact skin cream all aunts have. She hugged him like he might disappear between her hands. Your mom sends love, she said, and a list. She produced the list from her purse like a sulk. No sugar. No video games. Remind him to sleep. The edges were softened by love and water. They were 20 minutes into pretending when the first bottle fogged. It happened the way a magic trick happens, slowly enough to be seen and quickly enough to be denied. Condensation purled on the inside of the plastic wall. A ring of breath drew itself around the shoulder of a root beer. The cap, sealed, tick-ticked as if cooling out of an oven. Monahan's head snapped up. Vale moved, without looking like he was moving. Stay with me, and said, too brightly, too brisk. She put her hand over Maya's on the table, palm over fingers the way she might cover a candle if she had to blow it out by force. Tell me about our class. It was glue, Maya said. Glue pretending to be feelings. A bead of water on the inside of the bottle bulged and flattened its face against the plastic, a tiny pale coin pressing where a mouth would be if it had one. It looked at Jade. It looked at Maya. It chose. The bottle on Maya's table released a sound like a sigh trapped in an elevator. The safety collar on the cap unpeeled without hands, teeth in plastic letting go. Click by polite click. Don't, and said. She didn't know what she meant not to. She meant everything. Her fingers tightened until Maya's bones claimed them. Step back, Vale said, calm, to everyone. Do not drink, Monahan said, sharper, to no one she trusted. The cap popped in insult. The scent of artificial apple licked the air like a dare. Across the room, the boy with his father punched his cup off the table. It skittered cat-fast and hit a wall with a sound like a little slap. He pressed both palms to his ears and said, no, 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 while the father leaned in on his elbows, angry with the wrong curtains. Caleb climbed onto his chair. Professor says it is practicing table manners, he told his aunt solemnly. We shouldn't reward. The intercom clicked. The new voice, IT's brand new hardware, spoke in that fresh boyish tone that all intercoms have the week they're installed. Visitors, please remain calm, it said. Then, under itself, very far down but perfectly, Maya. It was her name said by the safety voice. It was her name said by the same mouth that said please remain calm. It was like hearing your name in a crowd and realizing the crowd was a throat. Maya pushed her chair back, so slowly the rubber feet didn't squeal. She stood. She kept her hands open at her sides so everyone could see she wasn't reaching for a cap, a cup, a faucet, someone else's shoulder. I'm not thirsty, she said, to the room, to the ceiling, to the part of the air that had learned to throw its voice. The cap loosened, settled. The men in facilities held their breath, and their clipboards. The IT tech with the eyebrow ring went very still, like a person trying to remember whether they had ever learned how to pray, and looked at Vale in a way that asked, "Do you see this?" And then, "Are you made of anything that will do?" "I see it," Vale said to her, to the bird thudding of Maya's pulse to the room. "I see it." The building heard it. The building didn't like it. The fluorescent hum shifted a half step lower. The vent sighed. The far hallway's fire door snapped in its frame like a mood. "Family hour is concluded," Monahan announced, voice firm and kind in the practiced way that keeps people from making the noise they need. "Thank you for coming. We'll call you with updates." She ushered visitors out in a choreography of concern. The bottles became just bottles again. The caps sulked unbroken. The cameras swallowed light and blinked black, and stood. She smoothed her skirt into obedience and pulled Maya into a hug that smelled like the kitchen cabinet and the drawer of old receipts. "You come home," she said, mouth in Maya's hair. "I don't care if the spice labels face the wall. Just come home. I'll drink tap water and let it win. Just come home." Maya nodded into her. "Okay," she said, a softness leaking out. "Okay." She didn't know if it was a promise or a wish or a word to make the moment happen, and stepped away slow, as if moving too fast would make a hole. She looked at Vale as she left. "Fix it," she said, not a command, not a question, a mother's magic that turns terror into errands. He inclined his head as if knighted and then, after she was gone, looked down at his hands like a man whose weapons are for drawing diagrams against a flood. The common room thinned. The ward inhaled. The clock above the extinguisher said 2:06 again. The one over Vale's door said 3:47. "Group," Kayla announced because someone had to say something normal. "Feelings about family." "No," Jade said. "Pass." She walked to the window and looked out into the therapeutic garden where the picnic table gleamed with new fat drops of something that was not rain. Maya sat. Her chair remembered her. Ethan didn't. He paced 3 steps, turned, 3 steps, turned, wearing a track into the tile like a record groove. 5 things, Vale said to nobody in particular, and everybody at once. "I see the sign," Maya said. "I see Kayla's glitter. I see Ethan's socks don't match. I see Caleb's fingers curled around the bear's neck. I see the cup on the nurse's counter."
She stopped.
The cup, Monahan's coffee, sat beside the keyboard. Steam ribboned off it in elegant, lawful curls. A tiny brown bubble rose to the surface and popped. A polite applause. The surface bulged. Not water. Coffee. Brown and sugared and full of morning. It bulged once, convexed, and then held. "Not all water," Jade said, without turning. Everything poured. Vale's mouth was a chalk line. "Monahan," he called level. She stepped to the counter, without flinching. She lifted the cup. She turned it out into the sink with the same even hand she used to parcel out meds. The coffee slithered in a dark ribbon. The smell hurt. "Enough," Vale said, to the counter, to the ceiling, to the part of Maya's skin that shivered. "You've gotten our attention. Now you get structure." "What kind of structure do you give a flood?" Jade asked. "Sandbags," Vale said. "And names." He looked at Maya. "It keeps calling you because you answer," he said quietly, not unkind. "Not with words. With attention. With fear. You are very polite to your ghosts. Stop." "I'm trying," she said. "It came out wrong. It sounded like apology. Try ruder," Jade said, and touched Maya's blue band with 2 fingers, a benediction, a snap, a chord that spelled an O down bone. The dry ward bought them a few hours.
"No taps. No caps."
Juice wrapped like little gifts, soda caps policed. The IT tech replaced 8 intercoms and left, his cart lighter, his face heavier. At lights out, the intercom tested itself with a small sigh and then rested. The vent tapped once, like a neighbor who had cut their finger and didn't want to make a fuss. Maya lay under the seam and asked for ordinary. "I once memorized a subway map," Jade said. "Not our city. One I'd never been to. I liked the idea that there was a pattern to a place I didn't know." I used to steal grapes at the grocery, Maya whispered. One from each bag, so no one would notice. Criminal, Jade said, admiring again. The intercom held its breath. The building waited to be told which day it was. At 2:06 by the extinguisher clock and, by everything else, a soft knock came from the sink, not the faucet, not the drain, the basin itself. 3 polite taps, like a friend who would keep being your friend even if you didn't answer, but really preferred if you did. Maya didn't move. She stared at the seam until it blurred and sharpened into a horizon and a scar and a sentence. The intercom spoke, with the clean new voice IT had installed. Maya, it said, clear as a bell rung by someone who had practiced. The quiet would like to make an offer. Jade hissed air between her teeth.
No.
Maya squeezed the blue band until the rubber warmed to her. What? She said, because sometimes survival is the wrong question. It would like, said the intercom, polite, to borrow your name. Borrow, Jade said, like a fire borrows your house. In exchange, the intercom continued, it will wear it down to a shape that doesn't hurt. Maya's mouth filled with metal. That's not how names work. It can learn, the intercom offered earnestly. It is very good at practice. Say no, Jade said, a hand in the dark, not touching, close enough to be there. You say no. We say no. Together, louder than it. Maya rolled her head so her voice would fall into the pillow and get heavy there, too heavy to float up the vent. No, she said. The intercom was quiet for a long time. Long enough that sleep might have taken it if sleep had mouths. Then soft, so soft the sound moved like a hand under a door. Help, it said, in Caleb's exact high, careful voice. I left my ear in the sink. Maya closed her eyes. No, she repeated, because she could.
No. No.
The vent tapped, annoyed. The seam held. The building sulked. Far down the corridor, the polar bear turned its head towards 6A and then away, as if someone had called it and it had decided just this once not to go. Maya slept with her mouth closed and her name pressed flat between tongue and teeth like a coin you will not spend. In the morning, the juice bottles would be light with fog again. The phone would bear its out-of-order sash like a wound tended but not healed. The IT tech would leave a business card at the nurse's station with a number that did not ring when Kayla tried it. And the clocks, one by one, all at once, in a cascade like sprinklers engaging, would change to 2:06, then to 2:06, then to 2:06, until the ward remembered time was not water and reset itself, embarrassed, to the slow, honest climb of minutes. Grounding, Vale would say, a man with his foot on a river's neck. 5 things. And somewhere in the walls, the quiet would practice Maya with its mouth closed, over and over, until it could say it without touching water at all. Chapter 6, Borrowed Names. Morning tried a different trick. Instead of clicking the fluorescents on all at once, they hummed up from dim to bright like a sun with a dimmer switch. For 20 seconds, the ward pretended it knew what dawn felt like. Kayla paused in 6 as doorway with the vitals card, then stepped in as if she'd gotten permission from the room. Dry ward protocol, day 2, she said, but not sing-song. Sinks remain off. Fountains covered. Bottles opened by staff. Intercom hardware replaced. She glanced at the new faceplate as if it might blush. Clocks still have opinions, Jade observed, pointing at the extinguisher. 2:06. On Vale's door. 7:12. Kayla tried to smile. We are, all of us, a work order. When she wrapped the cuff around Maya's arm, Maya smelled that hot dust scent again. Summer attic, radiator sigh. The cuff squeezed. The lights hummed a half step deeper. The cup on the tray was gone. The workbook's edge was dry. Any pressure? Kayla asked, writing numbers. In the pipes or in me? Maya said. Either, Kayla said softly, and that helped. Ethan and Caleb arrived orbiting each other as usual. Ethan vibrating. Caleb composed like a neonate monk with a one-eyed teddy for a reliquary. Professor had a new bandage, gauze tape at the seam by his ear. What happened? Maya asked. Caleb stroked the tape the way you pet a sleeping animal. Professor left his ear in the sink. he said evenly. I put some back. Good, Jade said, with the brisk mercy of an older sister. Keep what's yours. Nurse Monahan distributed sealed juices again. We'll supervise sips, she said. Phone will remain out of order until IT confirms. IT moved to a farm upstate, Jade murmured. Vale appeared at the threshold, wearing a tie the color of a bruise. He looked at the vitals cart, at the intercom, at each of them in a sweep that felt like taking attendance for a class nobody signed up for. Morning, he said, and his voice had been sanded down a grit. Worry or no sleep had taken the shine off. He held up a roll of blue painter's tape and a fat Sharpie. Structure, he said. Decorating.
Jade said.
Names, Vale said, uncapping the marker. He wrote MAY on a strip and stuck it above 6 as sync. Jade beside it. Ethan and Caleb above 6BS. On the wall over the drain in each shower. This is not a mouth. Seriously, Jade said, delighted despite herself. Is this CBT for ghosts? Sometimes cognitive restructuring requires props, Vale said. If it wants names, we'll decide how names are used. Do you think it can read? Ethan asked, holding his juice like a grenade he'd agreed not to throw. I think we can, Vale said. And that matters. On the way to breakfast, they passed a facilities man kneeling at a floor drain with a rubber cap in one hand and a mallet in the other. He fitted the cap over the drain and smacked it with the mallet, 1, 2, until it sealed with a wet thump. There, he said to no one. That's that. The rubber bulged slightly. He didn't notice. He packed up his tools and left whistling a tune that could have been a warning in the right key. Skills group at 9. The poster on the whiteboard read share reality in marker letters that were trying very hard to be brave. Kayla facilitated, calmer today like a person who had chosen her side. Let's list things we agree on, she said. No debate. Consensus only. Chairs exist, said the stringy-haired boy, cautiously optimistic. Kayla's glitter exists, Jade added. The quiet exists, Caleb said. He placed Professor on his lap, like an additional participant. Kayla hesitated. We can say, some of us are having an experience of the quiet, she said, therapist grammar that made the world a little smaller and therefore bearable. Ethan rubbed his earlobe raw. It's learning to talk without water, he said. I heard it last night when I covered my ears. It's moving to the space behind my teeth. Kayla wrote some of us hear names and underlined some like an apology. Structure. Vale said from the doorway, not entering, like a doctor in an old movie. Will contain. Day plans, skills, art, lunch, closed walk, rest. No showers. No sprinklers. Don't say the thing out loud, Jade said. It gets ideas. Vale inclined his head. Duly noted. The intercom clicked. The new unit voice, still clean, still not yet bored, said, Art therapy in 15. Then, sliver thin, a feather slid under a door. Ma. The speaker cut itself off. Maybe IT had found a filter. Maybe the building had learned coyness. Kayla passed out charcoal sticks, heavy black and honest. No glue today, she said. Make a mess that won't dissolve. Maya drew lines that were not cups. Ribs of a whale, a hallway like a throat, a clock that refused to round its numbers. Jade sketched a camera dome with eyelashes and gave it an eye patch. Ethan shaded the polar bear until it was a dark hole that happened to have ears. Caleb painstakingly printed this is not a mouth around a circle over and over until the words looked like teeth. The sink at the back of the art room had a sheet of blue tape across the faucet that read dry. At some point, without anyone seeing a hand, the free end of the tape stuck itself to the drain like a gag. Good, Jade said to the room. Obey. At lunch, Hydrate for Health had been replaced with Self-Compassion IS a skill. The ketchup packets tasted like relief, pretending to be tomato. The TV in its cage displayed a tundra with no bear. The camera panned left across ice, right across sky, as if looking for someone who'd wandered off. Phones, Ethan asked. Out of order, Monahan said. Vendors looking into it. What if, Jade mused, stabbing a nugget, instead of vendor, we say God. And instead of looking into it, we say ignoring us. Structure. Vale said as he walked through, as if the word itself were a sedative. After lunch, closed unit walk, for laps around the rectangle. Count to 30 at the nurse's station. Kayla counted aloud, a spell.
Corner 1, she said.
Corner 2. On corner 3, the extinguisher clock said 2:06. On corner 4, the intercom clicked and thought about speaking, then didn't. On corner 1 again, Maya felt the floor tilt half a degree, like the building had sighed and changed its mind. Grounding, Vale said, falling in beside them. 5 things. Sticker residue on the floor, Maya said. Blue tape on a camera wire. A hair stuck to the wall that isn't mine. The way Kayla's pen cap is chewed. The F of fire extinguisher is cracked. Touch, Vale said. Band, she said, snapping it softly. Paper of a sign. My own sleeve. The seam in the ceiling with my eyes. Listen.
Hum. Shoes. No.
The last startled her. She had heard it. No, not spoken exactly. It was the shape of a refusal pressed into the air like a handprint. Kayla frowned. Hear what? Me, Maya said, and it was almost a joke. That was me. On the 3rd lap, near the seclusion room, door ajar, tooth-scarred mattress a little wider than the world around it. Ethan stopped walking. He looked at the floor drain, now capped with new rubber and a neat cross of painter's tape that read "Not for you" in Kayla's handwriting. He said very calmly, "It's knocking." They all listened. A sound like a polite throat clear traveled under the floor. Not pipes, not human, not. Monahan's radio chirped. Code white, it barked. 5 East. Seclusion. The ward moved like a single animal flexing a leg. Staff peeled off. Doors whispered. A memory of boots thumped down the far hall. Keep walking, Kayla said. We'll give them space. Ethan took 2 steps. He stopped again. His eyes were so black with dilated pupils, they were almost reflective. I think, he said, tone almost analytical, if I go in there, it will pour out what it has of me, and then I'll have less left to give. Then don't go, Jade said. It's asking nice, he said. Nice is a con, Jade said. So is please. So is gentle. Maya reached for Ethan's sleeve. He let her, which already felt like a win. We can anchor, she said. We can be rude. The intercom, new, clean, clicked. Unit walkover, it announced. Return to rooms. Under it, a very small, very childish. Help. Caleb lifted Professor and put the bear's mouth to the speaker as if to kiss it shut. No thank you, he said, polite in the way of children who have been taught what to say to strangers. They returned to 6A and 6B. On the way, the TV froze on a white expanse. For 1 frame, less than a blink, the polar bear stood not on snow but in a hospital corridor lined with doors labeled 6A, its fur beaded with letters that had not yet decided what they wanted to be. Then tundra again, easy as lying. Rest hour. The ward dimmed 1 notch. Kayla handed out donated paperbacks with their covers torn off like decency. Maya took one at random, survival memoir, page 3 missing. Jade rolled onto her back and held the camera dome in a stare down. Tell me something ordinary, Maya whispered. Jade considered. I used to color code my closet, she said. Not because I'm tidy, because it looked like a flag I could live under. I used to steal grapes, Maya said. 1 from each bag. You told me, Jade said softly. You're allowed to repeat yourself. That's what memory is. The intercom coughed. The new voice cleared its throat like a student before a presentation. Maya Sutter to Dr. Vale's office, please. Field trip, Jade said. In Arlen Vale, MD. The frosted window made morning out of any hour. Vale stood by the desk, not sitting, hands on the back of his chair, as if it had said something rude. On his desk, a sealed bottle of water, a Sharpie, a strip of tape that read "This is not a mouth." He looked like a man about to do something he didn't want to do and also couldn't live with himself if he didn't.
Exposure, he said.
On your terms. You can walk out at any point. I don't want to be brave, Maya said. I'd rather you be free, he said. He wrote MAY on the tape and wrapped it around the bottle like a collar. He added another strip above the cap. Not a mouth. He placed the bottle in the center of a plastic tray, like a specimen. "We'll observe," he said. "We'll narrate. No one drinks." He turned on a little handheld camera, old, with a red light that made the air around it warmer. He nodded to the intercom speaker on his wall. "Maya Sutter in attendance," he said, clinical. Maya sat with her hands flat on her knees, palms down. The bottle was ordinary. The bottle was harmless. The bottle was a door nursing a grudge. "Name 5 things," Vale said. "Your tie seam," she said. "The scratch on your desk. The sticker shadow where a diploma used to be. The scuff on your shoe. The crack in the F of fire extinguisher. No, that was outside. Here it's the dust on your plant. Touch. Chair edge. Tray lip. My own skin. The blue band. Listen.
Hum. Hallway.
The camera's quiet. Smell. Coffee. Lemon. You.
Taste. Metal, she said.
And no. The bottle breathed. It was small, a convexing of the sealed water, a sigh caught in plastic, an inward-looking blink. The safety collar around the cap clicked once, plastic relaxing, then held.
Vale Lindin.
"Observe," he said aloud for the camera, for Maya, for himself. Sealed container. No external contact. Pressure change. The bottle didn't answer. The tray vibrated minutely, a sound below hearing, a string plucked on an instrument the size of a building. "Maya," the intercom said, not the unit voice now, but the voice of any system that thinks your name is a key. "Trade." "No," Maya said. "Borrow," the intercom said. "We will return your name worn smooth." "Names are supposed to have corners," Maya said. "So they catch on things." Jade had followed, of course, and stood in the doorway, arms folded. "We don't loan to strangers," she told the ceiling. "We charge interest." The bottle's cap ticked once more. The safety collar stretched, and then held. The plastic label wrinkled, as if something beneath it had exhaled. Vale lifted his hand and, without looking away from the bottle, reached to rest his palm flat on the tray the way you warm your hand over a candle. "You cannot," he said, to the bottle, to the room, to the part of the world that had learned to squeeze. "Take what we do not give." "Help," the intercom said, in Caleb's small voice. "I left my ear." "Stop," Maya said, sharper than she meant. "Stop using him." The intercom went quiet. The bottle went still. The tray did not hum. The plant did not breathe like a person. The camera's red light glowed steady and small. "Exposure over," Vale said. His voice shook like a picture held out to show someone. He capped the cap harder, wrapped another strip of tape across it anyway. He shut off the camera and looked at the wall a long second, as if waiting for the wall to decide to be a wall. "Every time you say no," he said finally, "it learns the shape of a no in this room." "What if it learns to imitate it?" Maya asked. "Then we learn louder," he said.
They didn't make it to quiet time.
Code white seclusion. The radio crackled again, and this time the sound in the hall wasn't boots. It was bare skin slapping tile, the human shovel scrape of a body being moved gently and not.
Ethan.
By the time Maya and Jade reached the corner, staff not looking at them but also not stopping them, the seclusion room was occupied. Through the little wired window, Ethan sat on the tooth-scarred mattress with his knees up, arms locked around them, hands clenched so tight his knuckles had gone a mottled white and purple. His mouth made words that his throat refused to. Monahan stood outside with a chart, reading aloud the policy, like a prayer that keeps hands soft. "We will keep you safe. We will breathe with you. When your body is calm, we will leave the door open." "It wants me to spit my name out," Ethan said to his knees. "It wants to catch it." "Don't," Jade said into the window. "Be rude." "Square breathing, Ethan," Kayla coached from inside, slow and demonstrative. "In 4, hold, out 4, hold." Ethan dragged air like furniture. He pressed his forehead to the vinyl and exhaled against it, and the vinyl's shine fogged like glass. Letters bloomed in the fog. Backward, jagged, a child's hand.
On.
Maya slapped her palm to the window, left a print. "No," she said through the mesh. "That belongs to us." Ethan looked up. His eyes found hers the way a drowning person finds the idea of shore. He made a sound like a laugh that had been folded wrong, and then tried again. "It'll go after you," he said. "If I say it." "I know," Maya said. "I'm selfish," he said. "You're allowed," Jade said. "You're a person. Start there." Vale appeared, shoulders squared the way people square them when they're about to do something that will make them disliked by the parts of themselves that judge them in the shower. He spoke low to Monahan, she nodded. He kneeled to window height, met Ethan's gaze like a handshake. "You're not a door," he said to him. "You're not a faucet. You're a person. It only knows tricks. You know words." "Words are tricks," Ethan croaked. "Mine sometimes are," Vale said. "Yours aren't."
It took a long time.
The radios gave up and went quiet. The hallway's hum remembered itself. Ethan's hands uncramped finger by finger, the way claws retract when a cat remembers it's safe. Kayla breathed with him until their chests found a shared rhythm. When Monahan opened the door, the suction sound of rubber seal letting go was wet and indecent, like popping a thing out of the shape that had held it too long. Ethan stood. His legs shook. He took one step, then another like a newborn something. He didn't look at the floor drain. The rubber cap bulged and smoothed as if exhaling disappointment. Back in 6B, Ethan sat on the edge of his bed and looked at his palms as if someone had written on them during an exam. "I didn't say it," he said. "I wanted to, but I didn't." "Gremlin," Jade said, soft praise disguised as insult. Maya sat beside him and leaned until their shoulders touched, an anchor masquerading as an accident. Across the room, Caleb whispered into Professor's ear and then addressed the group like a tiny herald. "Professor says the quiet is practicing please and thank you," he reported. "We shouldn't be impressed." "Smart bear," Jade said. "Dumb god."
Night.
Or what the ward called night. The out-of-order sign sagged on the phone like a tired tongue. The painter's tape above the sinks looked more at home now, as if it had always been scripture. The TV in its cage fell asleep on a frame of snow. "Ordinary?" Maya asked because rituals are bridges across bad water. "I once fell asleep in a movie theater and woke up during the credits for a different film," Jade said. "It felt like I'd been traded." "I sometimes count ceiling dots until I feel like it," Maya said. "I get to 63, and then I forget math." The intercom clicked. The new voice, smooth as laminated policy. "Lights out. Checks every 15. Sleep well." It hesitated. Then, Maya. It didn't whisper this time. It announced it, as if she were a guest at a banquet. "No," Maya said, automatically. The blue band warmed under her fingers, a vein you can choose to press. "Trade," the intercom said helpfully. "Borrow your name. Return it smooth."
No. A pause.
Then, with the bright eagerness of a student who has prepared alternate phrasing. "Lease?" Jade snorted into her pillow. "Oh my god," she whispered. "It found a thesaurus." "Sublet." The intercom tried. "No," Maya said, and laughed once. The sound startled out of her. The laugh ricocheted around the room and came back larger, like a balloon you expect to pop that doesn't. "Please," the intercom said, very politely. Maya rolled onto her back and looked at the seam until it was a horizon, then a scar, then just plaster. "Tell it," she said to the speaker, to the vent, to whatever part of the room could be negotiated with, that it can practice saying no to itself. Silence. Waiting. Then, astonishingly, as if spoken by someone trying to shape a new muscle. "No," the intercom said, tentative. Maya closed her eyes. "Good," she whispered, and didn't add girl because the building did not get that word. Somewhere far down the corridor, the polar bear turned its head toward the camera and blinked. For a beat, its eyes were gray-blue and tired. It opened its mouth, and a slender thread of letters slid out, unformed, soft, more breath than alphabet. It closed its mouth again, as if keeping something in was the same as kindness. Maya slept without putting her hand over the drain. She dreamed a hallway made of names that did not cut her feet when she stepped on them. She dreamed the tape above the sink stayed stuck. She dreamed the bear lay down in a room with no sprinklers and closed its eyes, and did not have to drink. When she woke, the cup on the tray was upside down like a beetle, not empty, not full, simply refusing usefulness. The workbook corner was dry. On the intercom, a small red LED glowed steady and unambitious. The extinguisher clock read 2:06. Vale's door read 6:51. The TV in its cage showed the ocean under ice, as if the world were a chest holding its breath. Kayla appeared with vitals, glitter smudged but still trying. "How are we?" she asked, which might have meant alive. "Or thirsty. Or ready to try again." "Plural," Jade said, and swung her legs out of bed. "And rude." Maya lifted her wrist and snapped the blue band once, soft and precise. "Grounding," Vale said from the hall, and for once it sounded less like a command and more like a way to say good morning without making promises the day couldn't keep. Chapter 7, The Fast. They called it name fasting on the whiteboard because everything needed a title to get into the schedule. Under it, in Vale's blocky hand, no first names for one day. Nicknames by consent only. Titles if necessary. In Kayla's glitter pen script beside that, "We are more than what it drinks." Jade read it and laughed like a cough. "So, we're monks now." "Temporarily rude monks," Vale said. He stood at the board with the air of a man presenting a science fair project he knew the judges would hate and had built anyway. He held up a roll of painter's tape and a black Sharpie like relics. "We test the system. We give it less surface." Nurse Monahan set a tray of circular stickers on the table, white discs with simple symbols sharpened on: triangle, star, circle, square, lightning bolt, hollow moon, a tiny, teddy bear head. "Wear these," she said. "We'll use symbols instead of names when we need to get a person's attention." "I want the skull," Jade said. "There is no skull," Monahan said without looking up. "Add it to the work order," Jade muttered, but she took the lightning bolt. Maya got the hollow moon, Ethan the star, Caleb the bear, which made him hold Professor up and nod solemnly at the sticker as if introducing dignitaries. Kayla tucked a glitter on her own badge over her first name until it just read K. MHS. Vale, after a pause that was almost funny, stuck a triangle to his tie. "Today," he said, "we try rations. No first names. Speak to each other as symbols or titles or descriptions. We do not feed. We do not refine." "What if the building is on a last name basis?" Jade asked. "Then it will have to work for it," Vale said. "It loves work," Caleb told Professor. "That's what practice is." "Remember," Kayla said, hands open, voice catching the room and holding it a little, "this is not forever. This is information. And it's not a game," Monahan added. "If you need someone, call for staff. Words like help and no are not subject to fasting." The intercom clicked. The new voice had lost some brightness in 24 hours. It had learned to move air without sounding like policy. "Group at 9, it announced smooth. Then a sliver slid under the announcement like a bookmark, almost not a voice, almost a memory practicing. "MO." Every head lifted. Vale tilted his chin at the speaker as if nodding to a neighbor he refused to greet. "Fasting," he said aloud, like a spell. The intercom shut its mouth. "For now." Skills group was a circle with less sugar. Kayla wrote boundaries in a bubble on the whiteboard and circled it until the circle looked like an eye. "Let's practice ways to say no that feel safe," she said. "Safe for who?" Jade asked. "For you," Kayla said. "Lightning bolt," Jade said. "How about no, because I hate you?" "Honest," Kayla said judiciously. "Maybe not relational." Hollow moon, Maya, kept her sticker between finger and thumb like a coin she could flip if she had to. "What about no, because it hurts," she said quietly. "Or no, because I'm not a door." "That's a good one," Star, Ethan, said, and pressed a sticker to his hoodie like a talisman. Bear, Caleb, raised his hand the way he did in school. "What about no thank you, I don't talk to strangers?" He glanced at Professor. "Professor says the quiet is a stranger even if it lives in your house." A tremor moved through the vent, softer than a sigh, the kind of shift you feel in a theater when hundreds of lungs agree on something. The intercom breathed in wordless imitation and then, remarkably, said, "No thank you." Kayla's face did an expression she could not record on any form. She put a star by a no thank you anyway. "Good," she said, throat thick. "We can teach too." Lightning Bolt leaned toward Hollow Moon, eyes slivered into a smile. "If it starts asking for a manager, I'm biting the wires," she whispered. The vent tapped, a single, polite knuckle. It did not say please. By 10:12 on Vale's door clock and 2:06 by the extinguisher, facilities showed up with a ladder and a mandate to investigate a spreading brownish stain in the ceiling tile above the hallway outside 6B. The stain was the size of a handprint and shaped like a continent that hadn't made up its mind yet. Condensation, one of the men declared to the others, as if declaring it in the tone of a diagnosis, made it true. He poked the tile with a finger. The tile dented. A bubble swelled under the surface, a blister on the building's skin. "Bucket," he said. The other man fetched a gray Rubbermaid. They placed it under the bulge with the ceremony of priests offering a bowl. The bubble pulsed. A single fat drop formed a nipple and fell into the bucket with an obscene, round plop. Then another, and another. It smelled like old pennies and lemon cleaner, and something thin as breath. "Stop," Monahan said, stepping in. She held up the laminated dry ward protocol like a traffic sign. "No open collection." "What do you want me to do?" The man said reasonably. "Let it fall on the floor?" "Yes," Vale said from behind her. "If the floor is the mouth, it will have to drink dust." Lightning Bolt clapped once, bright and mean. "Starve, beast." They slid the bucket aside. The drops hit tile and burst into 7 little starbursts, then joined themselves along grout lines, tracing a map only they understood. Letters tried to rise in the wet and failed. The stain exhaled. "Cap the line," Vale said to facilities, calmer than a person living inside an experiment should be. "Every line you can find. If it needs a seam to speak, so." Facilities did what men with clipboards do. They made it look like the world could be fastened. Bear tugged Hollow Moon's sleeve. "Someone is crying," he said, as if reporting weather. He was right. Down the hall, a girl, new admit, wrists full of stories, was crying the way babies cry when their bodies haven't learned shame. The sound hit the tile and skittered along it like a stone skipping water. It was a pour. It counted. Lightning Bolt went. She didn't look at staff for permission. She looked at the crying girl like a matched current and sat at her feet. "Hey," she said, not soft exactly. Jade didn't do soft, but not jagged either. "Tell me the worst movie you ever saw." The girl sucked air.
What?
"Worst," Lightning Bolt said. "I want to know who to blame." "Cats," the girl said, hiccup laughing. "The new one. It's a crime." "It is," Lightning Bolt agreed. "We can testify."
Describe a cat.
"No names." The girl, affronted at last by something ordinary, described a cat with too many human teeth. The tears steadied to damp. The air around them, no longer being poured, lost its opportunity. The vent went still. The stain in the tile stopped pulsing. Drop by drop, the map came untrue. Hollow Moon watched Lightning Bolt talk a kid out of drowning by giving her small, dry islands to stand on. It felt like a lesson which made it dangerous. The quiet liked lessons. It liked practice. It might learn respite the way it had learned please and no. Structure, Vale said behind her, as if hearing her fear and giving it a shelf. After lunch, closed unit walk again. The tape above each sink held. A chorus of this is not a mouth in Vale's and Kayla's and Monahan's hands. The atrophy of the water's favorite paths was almost a piece. Corner 1, Kayla counted. Corner 2. On corner 3, the TV in its cage made a hiccup sound, like a sob swallowed before it could embarrass itself. The polar bear returned to frame without ceremony. 1 step, then 2, and looked straight into the lens like a person into a mirror. Water gleamed on the fur, but it didn't drip. It stayed where it had been placed. "Hydration for health," Star said under his breath, a joke trying to be brave and managing only to be accurate. On corner 4, the intercom clicked. "Lightning Bolt," it announced smooth, as if it had practiced. Jade's head jerked up. For one stupid heartbeat, Maya was proud. Look at it respecting rules. Absolutely not, Lightning Bolt said, and gave the camera dome her middle finger. Bear gasped as if that were a spell. Triangle, the intercom tried. Vale didn't blink. Language is not a leash for you, he said calmly, as if reminding a child not to busy their hands with the knives. Hollow Moon, the intercom said, and Maya felt her skin rise like cat fur. She took a breath that made the edges of the world come closer. She pressed the blue band until NO spelled itself into the veins. No, she said, to the ceiling, to the speaker, to the seam in the plaster. Say it to yourself. She made her voice quiet and heavy.
No.
Silence. The speakers were obedient.
For now.
They tried to nap during quiet time, which meant listening not to water, but to the human things the ward always made. Snores, sighs, murmurs, the soft rubbery thump of a sneaker heel falling off the edge of a bed and finding itself again. Hollow Moon's mind was a hedgehog with an alarm clock inside it. Every time she softened, a tiny animal bristled. Lightning Bolt set into her pillow. Tell me something ordinary. Hollow Moon matched her breath to the others. I once broke a plate and hid the pieces under the sink and then cried because I was ashamed of my own crime, she whispered. Saint of small crimes, Lightning Bolt said. I once microwaved a fork on purpose because I wanted to watch the fireworks. That's actually insane, Hollow Moon said, grinning into the blanket in a way that wasn't about teeth. They lay like that for a while. Two girls pretending the ceiling scene could be weather. At 2:06, because of course it was, the IT tech with the eyebrow ring reappeared like a ghost who realizes it forgot its keys. He pushed a cart with a clear plastic bin on top, old intercom faceplates, wires like hair, screws in tidy piles, a tiny label maker. He stopped at the nurse's station and apologized to Monahan in pure gentleman. Thought I'd miss something, he said. You did, Lightning Bolt said from bed. A god. He grinned because people grin when they don't know better. He started to pop the new plate off 6 as intercom to double-check his own work. As the faceplate shifted, the red LED passed through a moment of being off, and the speaker made a noise not found in any manual, a sound like a throat learning to laugh. Don't, Vale said. The word had authority because it was as heavy as he could make it. Leave it. The tech froze, polite. Yes, sir. He put the faceplate back. He left the cart. He went to the next room. The clear bin on top of the cart fogged from the inside, a small breath like the one a child puts on glass to draw on it. NO appeared in a clumsy fingertip, backward, then wiped itself away. Grounding, Vale said, because he had to, because it worked even when it didn't. Hollow Moon named bolt, seam, sticker edges. The pen scratch on Vale's desk through the glass of his door, and her own lungs. The world reassembled itself into a set you could stand on. In Arlen Vale, MD, later, there was ceremony. Name fasting had starved the room a little. The intercom's eagerness had softened like a dog that finally lied down at the edge of a table. Vale had new props. A lockbox. For index cards.
The sharpet.
Ritual doesn't make it supernatural, he said, preemptively defensive and a little tired. It makes it structured. What are we burying, funeral man? Lightning Bolt asked, sprawled in the chair like it owed her rent. Names, he said. By consent. He wrote Hollow Moon on one card and handed it to Maya. Lightning Bolt on another for Jade. Star for Ethan. Bear for Caleb, who stroked the card like fur as if afraid the letters would bite. Write whatever else you want to keep, Vale said. Not the things it wants. The things you do. Hollow Moon printed, neat as a person who needs to see the letters behave. I jump rope. I snap bands. I count. I don't loan to strangers. My no has corners. My body is not a door. Lightning Bolt wrote. I bite and I laugh. I am inconvenient. I know the trick of talking about a cat. Star wrote, I choose breath even when I want to be selfish. Bear wrote, Professor says I own my ear. They put the cards in the box. Vale locked it. He put the key in his pocket. He set the box high on the shelf where the plant pretended to be alive. Symbolic deprivation, he said, voice flattened to clinical to keep from believing in it too much. We tell the room we're not feeding it with labels it can use. And when it learns to read Hollow Moon off the box through the air? Lightning Bolt asked. Then we'll teach it to go hungry, Vale said. You leave before it eats. You going to let us? She said, not quite teasing. He considered, that long, wrenching consideration of a man tallying the hours his signature on a line meant someone slept under it. I will not sign off on discharging you into a building that acts like this, he said. Honesty hurt, but I will document every part of it until someone who lives higher in the tower than I do comes down with a wrench. And if they don't, Lightning Bolt said, we climb the tower. Gremlin, he said, and if a smile could be a bandage, his was. Dinner tasted like hunger turned into brown. Hygiene checks were canceled with a handwritten NO baths notice, which made Lightning Bolt do a tiny victory dance and Kayla turn her face, so no one would see her laughing. At 5, the phone remained out of order, its blue tape sashed like a pageant banner. Sorry. Lightning Bolt stood in front of the glass room and held her soda up in toast anyway. Took all our people off site, she said, grand. We will now leave you a message using our minds. We are inconvenient. We are rude. We are coming home. Bear repeated each word to Professor and then to the phone, carefully, as if a wire could carry sincerity. Star sat with his hands on his knees like a man preparing to be asked to give something he didn't have. Hollow Moon sat beside him until his shoulders took her weight and grew steadier beneath it. And then, because the ward likes timing and the quiet likes ritual, the ceiling over the nurse's station erupted. Not a flood, not a deluge. A seam failed with a soft, rubbery sigh, and a thin, continuous strand of water unspooled from it, silver and straight, an intravenous line slipping its needle. It hung in the air for one improbable second, as if reconsidering the terms of gravity, then fell with immaculate posture into Monahan's coffee mug. The mug sang, pure crystal for an ugly thing. Letters lifted through the liquid like air through a flute. Rata yht cert ton. Almost, then sliding back to brown. Look at me, Vale said, not to the mug, not to the ceiling, to the kids. Look at my face. Keep your eyes here. Hollow Moon dragged her gaze. Lightning Bolt snapped the blue band. Star pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth where his name would stick if he let it. Bear covered Professor's one eye and then, deliberate, covered his own. Facilities, Monahan called, voice even.
Here. Now.
A tech slapped a rubber cap over the seam and smacked it 3 times with a mallet. The strand broke, flinched, tried to find itself, failed. The intercom made the smallest sound. Not a voice. An exhale. Then, on. Hollow Moon jolted despite the fasting. The sticker on her chest felt suddenly hot, as if letters conducted heat. She put her palm over it like a mother over a candle. No, she said. No, thank you. We do not talk to strangers. A long, long pause. Then, in the tone of a person learning manners and hating it, no, thank you. Lightning Bolt barked a laugh that had very sharp edges. We're house training a flood. Language, Kayla whispered, but she was smiling too. Night did its trick, dimming, clicking, humming, rounding the corners of things with a noise like the world apologizing. The intercom went through its liturgy and then, stark as a single bulb over a motel bed, offered, sleep well. Hollow Moon lay under the seam that would not heal and waited for the hunger in the room to go looking elsewhere. Lightning Bolt rolled onto her side and put her hand out into the space between their beds without making a big deal about it. Hollow Moon did the same. The 2 hands hovered 1 floorboard apart, not touching, a bridge built between land masses that had agreed to stop moving for a minute. Tell me something ordinary, Hollow Moon whispered.
Lightning Bolt breathe.
I once taught a plant to stay alive, she said. Not well, but better than dead. I know all the words to one stupid commercial jingle, Hollow Moon said. I hate it. It's a friend. The vent tapped, once, politely. The intercom did not speak. Hollow Moon was almost asleep when a scraper's sound jerked her up, the soft cry of plaster being worried at by a careful tool. She sat up, Lightning Bolt was already on her feet. They followed the sound into the hall. Staff moved there already, whisper urgent, and facilities had a flat bar under one wall panel, levering a square out of the drywall like a dentist removing a crown. "What are you doing?" Vale asked, standing a little too close, as if his body could convince the wall to behave. "Chase the line," the facilities man grunted, half his teeth clamped on the tool. "You cap drains, pressure finds chase. There's a cavity here." He popped the panel free. It fell forward into his hands, light with rot. Behind it, an old drinking fountain cemented in, dry as a memory. The porcelain was crazed with fine lines like a very old palm, and on the wall around it, written in pencil and pen, and what looked like charcoal, and what might have been fingernails, names. Hundreds of them, in layers, overlapping, an archaeology of letters. A clock hand drawn in ballpoint at the top corner. 206 written around it like a charm. Lightning Bolt stepped closer and read, "Alicia.
Tim.
Renita. G.P. Do not trust the water in a child's shaky print, circled twice. This is not a mouth in careful hand. This is a mouth in a different hand, angrier." Hollow Moon lifted a shaking finger and touched a name half hidden by others. There it was, Maya Sutter, too clean, too legible, as if written recently over older layers. "Not possible," Vale said immediately, because science has a reflex before belief. "You didn't write that." "I didn't," she whispered. She didn't remember it the way she didn't remember last week's end. Her stomach made a cold, deliberate space. Bear squeezed through between knees and ankles and put Professor's face right up to the names as if the bear could read truth. "He says time is a loop with a leak," he reported. "He says sometimes names drip backward." "Cute," Lightning Bolt said, but her voice had none of its usual teeth. Behind the wall, a pipe groaned like an old animal learning to breathe through scar tissue. The fountain's dry spout looked like a mouth practicing a whistle. The intercom clicked, reflexive. "No thank you," it said meekly. "Good," Hollow Moon whispered, and meant it with a ferocity that surprised her.
Good.
Vale reached up, without thinking, and taped a strip of "This is not a mouth" over the fossil fountain. He pressed it flat with the heel of his hand, as if sealing a wound. "Document," he said to Monahan, to Kayla, to himself, to the part of the room that had learned to listen when adults said the magic word. "Photograph."
Date. Time.
206, he added dryly, and Monahan, who believed in doing, wrote the numbers without looking at a clock. "Grounding," Kayla said softly, because it is always the right time to put your feet back on the ground that keeps changing its mind. Hollow Moon named tape edge, dry porcelain crack, the scratch on Vale's triangle sticker, Lightning Bolt's nail polish chipped at the thumb, Professor's threadbare ear. Her breath steadied the way wills steady once a cart remembers it has them. A slow, reluctant quiet fell, the kind of quiet that happens when a room realizes it will have to pick a different trick to get what it wants. Behind the wall, something took a breath and decided, for tonight, not to use it. Hollow Moon went back to 6A. Lightning Bolt followed. They lay under their seam and did not touch hands and knew they could. The intercom practiced being furniture.
The vent behaved.
At the edge of everything, on a TV nobody was watching, a polar bear blinked, lay down in snow, and closed its eyes. The 206 over the extinguisher turned into 207 all by itself, like a tide that had remembered it was on a schedule and would be embarrassed tomorrow for forgetting. "Rude monks," Lightning Bolt said into the almost sleep. "Rude monks," Hollow Moon agreed. And somewhere inside the walls, something mouthed the word "no" without water, and meant it, and did not know whether it was practice or prayer. Chapter 8, The Blackout. They woke to heat. Not summer heat, hospital heat, the kind that happens when a building forgets how to move its air. The vents breathed on them like a dog with a fever. The fluorescence made a low, sympathetic whine, as if the light itself was sweating. Kayla rolled vitals in with hair pinned up and glitter smudged to a gentle dusk. "Power company is working," she said, voice soft to keep tempers from waking. "We're on partial backup. Vents are running low. Intercoms are intermittent." Lightning Bolt swung her legs off the bed. Define intermittent. As if cued, the intercom clicked. It did not speak. Somewhere in the wall, something changed its mind and changed it again. Dry ward continues, Monahan announced from the doorway, clipboard like a shield. Extra bottled drinks in the nurse's station. Staff will open, supervise, recap. Hollow Moon rubbed the sleep from her mouth, tasting copper and paper.
No caps.
No open containers, Monahan said. She looked at the painter's tape above the sink. This is not a mouth, and touched the corner to press it flatter. We keep them shut. Star drifted in with half his hair sticking up like worry grass. Backup means sprinklers armed? He asked, trying to keep his voice from doing the trembling thing it liked. Monahan's eyes did not flicker. They're off, she said, which was different from armed. Bear padded behind him with Professor tucked under his chin and 2 fresh cotton balls in his ears, as if he could stuff the day out. Professor says heat makes ghosts thirsty, Bear reported gravely. We should be rude. Rude monks, Lightning Bolt said, and wiggled her toes into donated socks like armor. Vale stood at the whiteboard with a marker and a tie that looked wilted by a thought. He wrote Evaporation Day in block letters and circled it once. Fans, he said. Doors propped. Extra towels. We control the phase change. CBT for physics, Lightning Bolt murmured. Hollow Moon fixed her symbol sticker, the hollow crescent, to her hoodie. It felt less like a name and more like a password they had chosen together. She snapped her blue band once. No traveled up her bones like a note. In the hall, facilities wheeled a rack of box fans that looked like relics from a previous century. They set them in doorways. They roared to life with a grit in the throat, pushing air that smelled like dust and policy out into the corridor. Better? Kayla asked. The fans sounded like answers when you want noise more than truth. Heat flattened against them, then flowed around. Skill group in the common room. Kayla tried, and the intercom, as if remembering what it was for, said, Group at 9, in a voice that had been to war and learned how to pass for civilian. They formed a circle. The poster said distress tolerance, as if the words were an inflatable raft. Lightning Bolt leaned back until her chair creaked like an old joke. Star folded himself into an approximation of ease. Bear perched, solemn as a saint in a fresco. Professor held high. Grounding, Vale said. We try a moving version. They walked the room naming 5 things as they passed. Fan hum, tape edge, glitter freckle, exit sign flicker, the hairline crack where ceiling met wall. Touch, chair back, the cool metal door, the texture of towel piles, the lip of a sealed bottle, the ridged cap. Here, fanned, fan, fan. Smell, lemon, hot plastic, the honest funk of bodies. Dast, no. When Kayla said, good, 3 different clocks said 3 different times. The extinguisher clock hung stubborn at 2:06. Vale's door pleated 9:18. A wristwatch on a tech ticked 8:53 like a conspiracy. Phones. Lightning Bolt asked as a dare more than a question. Still out, Monahan said, grim. Her coffee sat far from any edges, covered with a saucer, like a mother covers a crib. The TV in its cage hissed a little. The polar bear didn't show. The tundra wore a heat haze. The first flicker came like a blink you didn't mean to trust, lights dipping, catching themselves on good behavior. On catch, the intercom made a sound like a cleared throat and said, Hollow Moon, and then stopped, as if 2 wires had remembered divorce. Fasting, Vale said, reflex.
Rådmärks, Lightning Bolt akud, reflex.
The next flicker lasted longer. The fluorescence faltered to a tired dim. Fan roars dipped an octave, returned. Somewhere far down the corridor a door sighed in its frame like a person changing sides in bed. Facilities moved faster, pushing their rolling orange dog backs, and wearing the expressions of men who had been told a story about a building that should not be in a story. Lunch early, Monahan decided, a general in a losing war choosing which bridge to blow. Control the hours you can. They did their 5 bites. The nuggets tasted like exhaustion. The ketchup packets said tear here like prophecy. Star looked at his sealed juice, like a grenade again. Can we watch you open it? He asked Monahan. You can, Monahan said, and cracked the collar with a tidy tick. She kept the cap between 2 fingers while he sipped. When he finished, she lay the cap over the mouth like a coin over an eye and twisted it shut. Hydration points, Kayla said softly, placing a star sticker at the margin of a chart already too full of stars to mean anything. The fans hesitated. The lights dipped. The backup power performed a trick, catch, drop, catch, and then took its hands off the wheel. Darkness fell like a curtain the building had always wanted to drop. Not black. Machines don't do black. They do brownish gray. The fluorescence went from hum to a kind of vibrating stillness. The fans died mid-argument. The intercom went from to a soft oh to nothing. For a second, the silence was the kind of hush that follows a car shutting off. New, thick, alive. Then the room breathed out with 50 lungs and 50 nervous systems, and one quiet that had been waiting. Flashlights. Monahan called. Staff hands found hips, pulled small cylinders from holsters like cowboys in A Different Story. Beams cut clean lines through dust and heat. Vale's face reappeared sculpted in flashlight spill. Older, more handsome, a saint in a painting used to pour lighting. Stay in place, he said, calm the way that makes people obedient even if they hate themselves for it. We are safe. Lightning Bolt's hand found Hollow Moon's knuckles and got caught there briefly. Say it, she whispered. We're safe. We're safe, Hollow Moon said. It was both lie and boundary. It worked better as the second. The extinguishing of the fans made the heat turn inside out. In the sudden stillness, the sound came up from under the floor. Small at first, a polite knock, then a second, then a third, the way someone knocks when they don't want to wake you but do. Drain lines, a facilities man said, too loudly. It's pressure. It's practice, Bear corrected, and Professor nodded, catching a bit of light and blinking it back at them. They waited. Some things present as water, some as posture. This presented as a shape in the air, a shimmer over the nurse's counter, where the coffee sat covered. The shimmer bent the flashlight beams. Not much. Enough to make the cones wobble. Eyes on me, Vale said, moving into it like a teacher stepping between a bully and a child. The intercom tried to cough. The LED blinked red on, red off, like a heartbeat getting its bearings. The speaker found a voice the way a person finds footing in the dark. Al Moon, it said, unfinished. Lightning. No names, Vale said. Fasting. The shimmer leaned toward him. Not water. Not electricity. Not. The air near his tie pulled like cloth near a vacuum. He didn't step back. He put a hand on the edge of the counter and said, aloud to the darkness, You are not a mouth. Monahan's flashlight trembled a fraction, then steadied. Kayla's breath found a rhythm for other lungs to mimic. The kids held themselves like glasses you put down carefully on a table you don't trust. The shimmer sagged. From the hall, a sound like rain approached, soft, many, unafraid. Not sprinklers. Footsteps. Wet ones. Hollow Moon's chest pulled tight as she turned and saw them come around the corner. Bare feet. A dozen sets. Dripping. The owners of the feet were not visible. The feet happened first like a thought that hadn't gotten around to having a body. Then calves, slick, letter-glossed. Then knees. Then the suggestion of hands holding nothing. Hey, Kayla said, to herself and to them. Hey, no. It wasn't people. It was after people, wet legs walking on their own memory. They stopped in a neat line at the edge of the common room, ankles making little puddles that drew together as if greeting cousins. Closed unit walk is at 2, Lightning Bolt said sharply. You're early. We don't open the door. The line of legs did not move. Bear climbed onto a chair with his bear and said loudly, No thank you. He pronounced every syllable like a brick. The legs took a step backward in unison. The puddles slurped as they slid with them. Grounding, Vale said, and it sounded absurd, and then it didn't. 5 things you can see. Hollow Moon forced her eyes off the legs. Bolt on table. Glitter on Kayla. Triangle sticker on your tie. The this is not a mouth tape. The crack in the G of emergency on the map. Touch. Chair edge. My sleeve. Lightning's wrist. The cap of a sealed bottle. My band. Here.
Heat. Breath.
For once, not the hum. Smell. Lemon. Hot plastic. Coffee under a saucer. Taste.
No.
The lights blinked up a notch, as if they had been convinced by a story about power. The fans stayed dead. Maybe they wanted to hear. The intercom did a choked KH and fell silent again. The wet legs waited. The puddles quivered. Monahan lifted the saucer off her coffee. Very calmly, she poured the coffee into the sink.
No flerish.
No fear. The stream made a cordial sound. The smell was comfort and funerals. Leave, she said to the line of nothing. Not for you. The legs retreated like a tide that has admitted it misread the moon. They turned the corner one by one, and the sound of wet soles faded to an idea. Hollow Moon pressed her thumb into the blue band until it warmed. Lightning Bolt's knuckles dug into hers. Phones, someone asked from the back, as if proof of a future could be dialed.
Later, Monahan said.
The word held. The intercom found its voice, bright and eager like a child who has finished a hard worksheet. No thank you, it said, and then, as if checking its work, no. Lightning Bolt laughed once, breathless. We're teaching manners to a flood. We're teaching them to ourselves, Vale said quietly, and squeezed the edge of the counter until the wood remembered it was real. The power stuttered back on in sections, like a nervous system learning again. One fan cabbed into motion, then another. The fluorescents fluttered up to full hum. The intercom cleared its throat, a test tone. A facilities man cheered under his breath the way men do when something mechanical condescends to behave. Break, Kayla announced with a smile that remembered how. Arden 15. Draw something you can step on. Lightning Bolt leaned into Hollow Moon's shoulder. Like a neck, she offered. Like a stepping stone, Vale corrected mildly. Same. Art therapy at full hum. Charcoal under fingernails. A heat mirage above the paper that made lines wobble. They drew stones, bolts, triangles, moons, bears. Stars shaded a sky that had seams in it. Hollow Moon wrote an "oh, thank you" the way a kid writes their new last name on a notebook. Careful, proud, in love with the shape. The intercom clicked. H. It began, as if catching itself mid-habit, and then recovered. Art ends in 5. It didn't try a name. The room sometimes learns too. They queued for closed unit walk. Corner 1. Kayla counted. Corner 2. The extinguisher clock, petty tyrant, read 2:06. Vale's door read 2:06. The wristwatch read 2:06. The wall clock above the art room, traitor, clicked to 2:06 like an apology. Break the spell, Lightning Bolt said. Somebody burp. Bear obligingly burped, very small and polite. Professor maintained dignity. On corner 3, the seclusion room door stood open on purpose. Vinyl mattress.
Rebecca Pondrai.
The air official and tired. Star stopped at the threshold. He didn't go in. It's quiet, he said. And then, because the word was a lure in this place, he corrected himself. Not the quiet. Quiet. Let's keep it that way, Kayla said. Corner 4. The 2:06 held. The intercom refused to know better. The walk ended like ritual ends, because someone said so. Rest hour. The fans made the world a steady noise again. The kids arranged themselves like a constellation that had decided the right distance between stars was this for today. Lightning Bolt stared at the camera dome and, without raising her voice, said, "Don't." And then, because she had promised herself to be rude when necessary, "Touch my people." The intercom clicked. It stayed quiet. Hollow Moon wondered if that was obedience or sulking. "Tell me something ordinary," Lightning Bolt said, because repetition makes a bridge stronger. Hollow Moon thought. "The laundry at home smells like the spice cabinet," she said. "Everything a little like cumin and lavender. I used to like pulling a shirt on and being in the kitchen." "I once used a library card as a guitar pick," Lightning Bolt said. "It didn't work well, but it felt like a secret handshake." Star, on the bed in 6B, set into the ceiling. "I used to sit in the bathtub without the water running when I was sad. I liked the shape of the porcelain. I liked being a spoon." Bear said, "I hid a penny in a wall when I was 5 because I wanted the house to owe me a wish later." They fell asleep in pieces. The blackout returned like a person who forgot their keys, quick and graceless. Light snapped off for half a breath, on again. The intercom stuttered, no, and then thank, and then you. The vent sighed with the practiced patience of systems with manuals. When night came, it brought a headache, a pressure behind the eyes of the building and the people both. It came with a note slid under the door of Arlen Vale, MD in a hand that might have been Monahan's or Kayla's, or a girl with neat block letters. It read, "We're thirsty, but not hungry. What's the difference?" Vale underlined difference twice and wrote under it, "One is need. One is practice." Then, softer, maybe to himself, "We can feed need. We starve practice." He folded the note back in half and set it under the lamp where papers go to be safe. Lights out liturgy. The intercom tested its manners.
Sleep well.
The vent tapped a single knuckle. The polar bear on the TV did not appear. The snow held the place like a sheet with a story under it. Hollow Moon lay under the seam and counted ceiling dots until she was nothing but a that could float. Lightning bolt rolled and put her hand in the space between the beds. Hollow Moon matched it, not touching, close enough to feel heat. It might have ended there, a night too hot for dreams, a building practicing restraint. But 206 came down the hall like a man with a clipboard, and the intercom made its decision. Sutter, it said, and the use of the last name hit the room with the force of a door someone had pushed their whole life only to find it opens inward. Maya Sutter. Lightning bolt's fingers closed around Hollow Moon's without asking first. "No," she whispered. "It learned a last name. It will learn anything we leave around." Hollow Moon closed her eyes. "We are fasting," she said, slow and heavy. "No names for you. You can practice no instead." The intercom breathed. Not a voice, air being moved by intention. "No," it said after a long, pained second. Then, tentatively, as if checking whether refusal creates its own appetite. "Thank you." Hollow Moon smiled into the dark. "Good," she said. "Good." A beat. Then the soft scrape of plaster. Facilities at it again, or something learning how to sound like them. A panel at the end of the hall eased open an inch. Air moved with the tiny moan of a house settling a grudge. Lightning Bolt swung her legs out of bed. "Don't," Hollow Moon said. "We look," Lightning Bolt said. They went. The hall was museum quiet, air conditioned into obedience by will, not power. The panel gaped like a missing tooth. Inside, not pipes, not a fountain fossil, but a crawl space someone had once meant to keep wires in. They kept names there instead. More handwriting. Newer. The skin of the building had been a book longer than any of them had been alive. "This is not a mouth. Do not trust the water. No thank you."
No.
The words repeated like prayers left in a wall at the edge of a city. Some of them left, Lightning Bolt whispered, reading the older layers, the ones that sloped toward calm.
Some of them didn't.
Hollow Moon lifted the sharpest stuck above the panel like a stored wand. She wrote in tidy, school desk letters, "We are rude monks." Next to it, Hollow Moon was here. She hesitated, then struck a line through the last two words and wrote IS. Lightning Bolt grinned in the dark, teeth like a dare. She wrote below, "Lightning Bolt says, and oh, thank you." Star, appearing at their shoulder like someone who had learned stealth from trauma, took the Sharpie and wrote, "Star picks breath." Bear, small, inked slanting letters at the baseboard height. Bear owns his EAR. Behind them, Vale cleared his throat the way one does when one needs both to be obeyed and not to be resented. "We don't vandalize," he said, and then, because he had eyes and a past and was learning how to be in a story he didn't chose, "We document." He added, above their writing, in his block hand, date, and left a line. Time, and wrote 206 because it was always then, and because choosing a time is a spell. He taped the panel shut and left the tape edges untrimmed like a rough bandage. "Back to rooms," he said. "Rude monks need rest." They went, chastened and giddy, alive under a ceiling that still had a seam but had learned no and no thank you and last names and the difference between hunger and habit. In 6A, Hollow Moon lay down and found the shape of Lightning Bolt's hand in the air without looking. The intercom watched them with its LED, red, patient, tame for now. "Tell me something ordinary," Lightning Bolt said, soft. Hollow Moon smiled into the pillow. "I like grape jelly better than strawberry," she said. "But I never buy it because it feels childish." "Tomorrow," Lightning Bolt said, "we will steal jam." Hollow Moon laughed, a small coin of sound that spun and didn't fall. "We will borrow it," she corrected, "because words matter around things that listen." "Lease," the intercom offered, hopeful, and then, chastened by its own joke, "No." Hollow Moon slept. The building practiced refusing itself. The 206 over the extinguisher did not change, but somewhere behind drywall, beneath a fossil fountain, around a capped drain, a new word dried. Enough. Chapter 9, Discharge Plan. They put discharge planning on the whiteboard like a dare. Underneath, Vale wrote in his blocky hand, "If building is not equal to safe, escalate." Then, smaller, contingency. Transfer to 4 West. Kayla added a glitter to the period so it looked less like a threat and more like a star you could navigate by. Lightning Bolt read it with her chin up. "We're escaping," she announced, as if saying it legible made it law. "Leaving," Vale corrected, "with paperwork." "Same uniform, different heist," she said. Dry ward protocol persisted like a stubborn religion. This is not a mouth tape, kept its grip, blue edges grubby with days. The intercom's red LED blinked like a metronome learning patience. The fans shouldered warm air around until it forgot to be angry. Star drifted to the board, hands swallowed by his sleeves. "Does the building allow transfer?" he asked, pitching his voice to joke and failing into prayer. "It's a hospital," Vale said, "not a border." "Feels like a country," Lightning Bolt muttered, "with one law." Bear patted Professor's stitched ear. "Professor says if a house learns your name, it will ask you to stay for the holidays," he reported. "We should RSVP now." Kayla snapped plastic pens into their cups, as if tidiness could make the building blush. "We have a window," she said gently. "For West can take you by 3 o'clock. She didn't look at the extinguisher clock. It said 2:06 anyway. "Phones?" Lightning Bolt asked, ritual mischief as armor. "Still out," Monahan said. "Vendor upstate." Her mouth trembled once on Bender and turned the tremble into a straight line. Breakfast was quieter. The nuggets did not pretend. They were cereal today, flakes dampening in milk that had been opened under supervision and poured like a sacrament. Hollow Moon let the spoon ring once against the bowl, ping, and set it down. "Grounding," Vale suggested, not a command, an invitation. "Bolt heads," Hollow Moon said. Kayla's glitter. The exit map's wrong arrow. The blue tape on the fossil fountain panel. The crease in your tie. Touch. Band. Tray lip. Paper napkin. My own wrist. Here.
Fan. Shoes. No.
Smell. Lemon. Warm dust. Coffee under a saucer. Taste. Mint, she said, surprising herself. Somebody chewed gum. Lightning Bolt held up her empty palm, no gum, and wiggled her eyebrows. Star laughed once, quiet but whole. They were in the common room signing forms, boxes around boxes, initials inside polite cages, when the intercom cleared its throat in the soft new voice it had learned. "Transfer at 3, it repeated after Kayla, helpful as a parrot. Then lower, almost proud. No names. "Well, look at that," Lightning Bolt said. "Manners." Monahan slid a release of information sheet across the table to Hollow Moon. "This lets us talk to your mom about next steps," she said, tone gentle as gauze. "You can revoke at any time." Hollow Moon took the pen. Her hand hesitated over the line where Maya Sutter fit, like a coin in a slot. She wrote M, Sutter instead, different coin, same slot. The pen felt heavier than pens are supposed to. Kayla distributed little hospital-issue duffels, donated and laundered to within an inch of their fibers.
"Pack," she said.
2 outfits, 1 book, 1 sentimental, small enough to get lost on purpose and found on accident. Professor doesn't fit in a duffel, Bear said. He counts as a passport, Kayla said. Hollow Moon folded her hoodie, with the thumb holes, like a map. The grounding skills workbook went on top, damp corner dried to a brittle ridge. She considered the blue band and kept it on her wrist, a law you could wear. Lightning Bolt packed nothing and everything. 2 shirts, a Sharpie, a nail clipper smuggled out of hygiene checks like a tiny sword. Star tucked a paperback with the cover torn off into his bag and smoothed its spine, as if reading it could smooth his. Bear stuffed Professor head first, then pulled him back out and cradled him like an apology. At 1:30 by Vale's door and 2:06 by the extinguisher, facilities rolled past with a cart of red tags. They were tagging shutoff valves like mistletoe. Label, isolate, cap. One said to the other, a liturgy of bolts and wrenches. Good hunting, Lightning Bolt told them. The hallway felt expectant. Not breath-holding, breath-counting. The fans pushed hot air. The vents exhaled minimal compliance. The TV in its cage showed a sky so white it hurt, the tundra dissolving to glare. Group, Kayla announced, because keeping schedule when the world is loose is a mothering. Topic, leaving. Leaving where, Star asked. Not petulant. Genuinely curious what direction counted. Kayla drew a door on the whiteboard and labeled it 4 West. She drew a stick figure walking through, and next to it she drew the same figure standing still. 2 true things at once, she said softly. You deserve to leave unsafe places. You carry some things with you. Like your skin, Lightning Bolt said, not unkind. Like your no, Hollow Moon said. The intercom clicked. It did not say Maya. It did not say lease. It said, very carefully, boundary. Practicing vocabulary like it wanted a sticker. A laugh went around the circle, small, uncruel. Kayla drew a star on the board and put boundary underneath it like a spelling bee prize. They lined up at 2:45 for discharge like kids for a field trip that might be to the zoo or might be to a dentist. Backpacks. Duffels. A ring of staff around them that looked casual if you didn't know the calculus of bodies. Monahan held the door to the therapeutic garden. The sky was a lid of pewter. Leaves sweat. The picnic table gleamed from yesterday's drama but was dry enough to sit on without commitment. A transport orderly in navy scrubs waited on the other side of the garden gate with a clipboard. W. Turner on his badge. He smiled a practiced, sympathetic smile that said he did this enough to learn names and forget them ethically. Behind him, the door to 4 West was propped with a rubber wedge like a joke whose punchline was safety violation. Triangles, kids? He asked Monahan, nodding at Vale's sticker. 3 to West. 4, Monahan said. Moreno as well. Lightning Bolt lifted a brow at Moreno sliding into the air like a pebble. Last names only, Turner, she said. House rules. Turner looked briefly at Vale, grown-ups conferring with their eyebrows, and nodded. 4, he corrected. No names. Rude monks, Bear told him gravely. Turner pretended to cross himself. Lead on. They stepped into the garden. The fountain in the corner, dry, capped, taped, was a square of concrete pretending it had never known water. The shrubs looked like they had been told to be brave. The air had the feeling of sound turned off just before a word. Hollow Moon took 1 step. The heat pressed its palm to the back of her neck. Sweat started in her hair and slid down, slow as handwriting. Keep moving, Vale said. Not because walking solves it, because stillness invites it. Lightning Bolt flanked Hollow Moon like a big sister who could bite a wolf. Star followed with his duffel, blinking faster than normal, an internal strobe. Bear walked careful, deliberate as prayer. Professor held like a reliquary you can also hug. At the garden gate, Turner scanned badges. The magnet lock released with a sound like a soda can opening, pressurized breath. Hollow Moon stepped through. Something touched her cheek. Not fingers. Not air. A coolness that was not temperature. A trickle. She lifted her hand and found her own tear on her palm like a silver bead. Don't, Lightning Bolt whispered, hearing the trap inside tenderness. Don't feed it your sadness. I can't stop my eyes, Hollow Moon said, almost laughing. They're faucets. Vale's voice, with the med student softness, sanded off. Tears are need. Habit wants practice. We feed need. We starve practice. Translation, Lightning Bolt said. Cry. Don't bargain. Hollow Moon let it go. Tears slipped clean, did their quiet, honest work, made the world more in focus, not less. The air reached for them and didn't find a grip. They fell, normal gravity, to the concrete, made human puddles that didn't move like mouths. The intercom, somewhere some speaker patched to the garden, clicked and tried. Sue, it said, last name beginning without consent, and then working so hard you could hear the effort. No. Thank you. Turner blinked, impressed despite himself. You people, he said, all hiding in sarcasm, are training the ceiling. Language, Kayla said reflexively, for friendship. They crossed the gate. For West's door was open, the wedge, the promise plain. Monahan made a mark on a clipboard, the bureaucratic equivalent of a prayer flag. 1, 2, 3. The alarm trilled. Not fire, not code, white. Not something she had learned in orientation. Too short, one that started long and changed its mind halfway through. The door wedge twitched, as if deciding which side of duty it owed. The Magnalock re-engaged with a soft metallic determination. Hold, Turner told them, hand up like a traffic cop nobody obeys. The hallway past the threshold brightened and dimmed, as if a cloud moved across the sun. A speaker above the 4 West sign coughed. Boundary, it said, proud, earnest, too loud. Boundary. Boundary. Lightning Bolt laughed, breathless. It learned a favorite word, and is using it wrong. Back inside, Monahan said, voice low and even. Just a moment. We'll reset. No, Vale said, equal volume, different math. We hold position. We don't teach it that a door means hunger. The magnet hummed, thinking. Turner pressed his badge again.
Red.
Pressed again.
Red.
On Hollow Moon's cheek, a tear itched where it dried. Sweat gathered at the hollow of her throat and decided against becoming a sentence. Star's breath wrote fog on the edge of the window in the door, then unwrote it. Bear whispered into Professor's seam like a priest taking confession. Count, Kayla said. 30 together. They counted. The human way, voices not in sync, numbers overlapping, somebody skipping 11 and being corrected by a friend. At 27, the magnet relaxed with a thump, as if persuaded. Turner kicked the wedge back under the door with his foot like a man who'd named a trick and liked using it.
Go, he said. Now.
Hollow Moon stepped onto 4 West tile. It looked like any tile, speckled, buffed, a person's reflection doing a faint late coin at the edge. It felt different underfoot only because she wanted it to. Lightning Bolt followed, then Star, then Bear. Monahan and Kayla passed through, then Vale. The door held. They stood there, 7 hearts in a new corridor, the air not exactly cooler, the light not exactly kinder, the vents not exactly more honest. But there was a clock above the extinguisher, and it read 3:02, which was a kind of miracle even atheists could applaud. Welcome to West, Turner said, a game show host for a room with no prizes. The intercom above them clicked. Hollow Moon's body knew that sound now at the level of tendon.
She braced.
Boundary, it said, as if helping. Then, very softly, like a child practicing kindness to itself. No. Same to you, Lightning Bolt said.
Bye.
They were 3 steps in when the therapeutic garden behind them exhaled. It wasn't wind. It wasn't water. It was the pressure differential of something deciding to be bigger. The propped door at their backs flexed against the wedge. The wedge scooted. Kayla lunged and put her heel on it like a woman holding a suitcase, shut while she sat on it. Go, she said, not looking back. Walk. Turner started forward, professional momentum embodied. Monahan slid in, shoulder to shoulder with Kayla, adding weight. Vale turned, put a palm to the door where the intercom speaker would be on the other side, said to the wood, to the metal, to the room that could learn, you are not a mouth. Hollow Moon took the next step, because the step was there. Lightning Bolt matched it. Star, pliant, did what bodies do when given a path. He followed. Bear lifted Professor in triumph like a tiny parade. The building pushed. Not much. Enough. The door bowed into the hall, a belly expanding. The wedge complained. The intercom. West, newer, smug, said boundary again, offering vocabulary like a band-aid for a wound that wanted stitches. Count. Kayla hissed, teeth bared. They counted again, very loud, the rude monk's chorus. 1, 2, 3. Their numbers filled the hall. Their breath salted the air with human. At 20, the door stopped trying to be a lung. At 25, it remembered being a door. At 30, it clicked into its frame with dignified hurt. Go, Turner said a third time, voice thinner than before.
Please.
They went, feet on West tile, West air in their lungs, West cameras blinking like new planets. The corridors smelled different. Not lemon cleaner, citrus, sure, but with a hint of cafeteria soup and copier toner and a forgotten potted plant. A nurse at West Station looked up, smiled with professional kind eyes, then saw the stickers and the tape and the duct-taped "This is not a mouth" and did the face people make when they're about to learn a new vocabulary. Welcome, she said, like a question. Structure, Vale told her, voice rough. Dry protocol. No open containers. Names by consent. Rounds at 15. And we document. Got it, she said, game.
I'm Nora.
No names, Lightning Bolt said, but softer, not unkind.
En virgule Nora corrected. Amused, une insulted.
All right. They were halfway to the West day room when the intercom, West, tested itself with a polite KH. Then, Hollow Moon stopped. She took a breath into the middle of her. She pressed the blue band and felt an O travel up bone. She looked up at the speaker and she said, without fear and with excellent manners, "No, thank you." Silence. Then, because good students like praise, good. Lightning Bolt laughed, a sound that had not forgotten teeth, but had learned mercy. "We'll make it," she said. Star caught her eye, and his matched the sentence. Bear patted Professor's ear and reported, "He says sometimes a house is only a house if we agree." "Let's not agree," Lightning Bolt said. "Or agree to disagree," Hollow Moon offered, diplomatic even in survival. They reached the day room. Chairs arranged themselves into new possibilities. A TV hung in a cage that had never met a polar bear. The clock read 3:07. The exit signs glowed a satisfyingly legal red. Turner signed the clipboard and vanished into the trivia of his shift. Monahan put a hand on Hollow Moon's shoulder and then on Lightning Bolt's, quick and proprietary. Kayla squeezed Star's elbow. Vale stood like a person who had been holding a riverback with his back and could finally lean on a wall. The intercom clicked once. Quiet. Through the glass in the door to the garden they had just crossed, Hollow Moon could see the old unit. Its sofa bolted to the floor, its camera domes like planets, the pale confidence of the "this is not a mouth" tape across fossil porcelain. The extinguisher clock, far away now, read 2:06. It would, forever, even if the others learned better. In West, the clock kept going. "Tell me something ordinary," Lightning Bolt said. Automatic now, a ritual that worked in any weather. Hollow Moon breathed and felt her breath not be a gift to anything but herself. "I want grape jelly," she said. "On toast. With too much butter." "Criminal," Lightning Bolt said, delighted. "We'll steal jam." Nora, learning fast, popped her head around the station window. "We do have grape," she offered. "And the kind of butter no one admits they like." Hollow Moon blinked, blindsided by kindness. "Please," she said, "because manners are for people, not floods."
And smiled.
Coming up, behind them, through the garden, deep in Old East, something inclined its head toward the new vocabulary and practiced a refusal with its mouth closed. "No," it whispered to itself, not hungry, not quite. "No, thank you." Hollow Moon sat. Lightning Bolt flopped into the chair beside her and kicked at the floor like a kid who had survived a fairy tale. Star sank down and let his shoulders fall a half-inch. Bear put Professor on his lap and straightened his little tag like a tie. Vale leaned in the doorway, triangle sticker crooked, tie creased, A man who had gambled belief and won a second. His eyes were gray-blue and imprecise and alive. Grounding, he said, because even miracles need scaffolding. 5 things. Bolt head, hollow moon said. Glitter fleck on K. The crease in your tie. The grape jelly packet. The exit sign. Touch. Band, she said. Paper edge. My own wrist. The table's wood. Here.
Hum. Fan.
Somebody laughing down the hall. Smell. Toast, she said, and the word itself made her laugh. And sugar. And butter. Taste.
Soon, she said. Please.
The intercom stayed quiet. The vent breathed like something that had learned to be human by imitation. On the old unit, a TV flickered. If anyone had been watching, they might have seen a polar bear pause in an empty hallway lined with doors labeled 6A, then turn, unhurried, and walk toward a wall where a panel had been taped shut. The bear lowered its head as if reading. It blinked once, lay down in snow that wasn't there, and closed its eyes. The 307 on West became 308. The room held. The butter arrived. The jam was vulgar and perfect. They ate, rude monks at a small ordinary altar, and did not feed anything that did not deserve it. Chapter 10 enough. West didn't have the same hum. It had a different one, newer wiring, a younger boredom. The vents here breathed like someone who'd finally learned nasal breathing. The lights didn't buzz, so much as purr. The clock over the extinguisher said 3:22 and then, bravely, 3:23. Someone had painted a mural on the far wall years ago. Triangles and waves and a sun that managed to be cheerful without lying. It had survived a dozen budgets by looking like wellness from far away, and brought toast. It's not contraband, she promised, holding up her hands so Monahan wouldn't have to scold on reflex. I got the okay. 2 packets grape, 2 strawberry, butter that isn't butter, if you'll forgive us. Lightning Bolt accepted a packet with mock solemnity. We forgive no one, she said. Then, quieter, thanks. Hollow Moon spread grape on toast in a purple gloss and took a bite that made her eyes remember a kitchen. Butter salted the sugar into meaning. Star took his first bite like a person testing whether his mouth belonged to him. Bear fed Professor a pretend corner and assured him he was full. Vale didn't sit. He never really sat. He leaned in the doorway like a man, equal parts doorframe and intention, triangle sticker on his tie peeled at one corner. He had written structure in West's dry erase marker as if homesickness for the word might make the room like it. You're safe, Anne said to them, to herself, to the ward. She meant safer. She meant, we'll try. Lightning Bolt licked jam off her thumb. We know, she said, and did not look at the ceiling when she said it. For 20 minutes, maybe 30, time remembered dignity. They were kids being fed. The intercom cleared its throat, performed checks at 15 like a line from a play it didn't mind anymore, and did not practice names. The vents obeyed their job description. The fans humsang around. Kayla appeared with a clipboard full of boxes to initial. She had put a glitter on NS badge when N wasn't looking. Orientation for West, Kayla announced. Different art schedule. Closed walk at 4. Phones, she winced, truth loyal. Phones still down. Lightning Bolt raised her hand like a kid performing a bit. Field trip to a pay phone, she suggested. Like pioneers. Do you know how quarters work? And asked, genuinely curious. Absolutely not, Lightning Bolt said. I just like words with P. They were laughing, small, real, when the building heard the sound it had been practicing for.
Rain.
It started with the privacy glass in the garden door going from mirror to fogged mirror. Then came the first fat coins on the concrete. Then the steady currency of water, depositing itself on skylights and gutters and confidence. West's ceiling picked up the tremor, the polite patter of something being generous. Star's fingers clenched around his plastic fork. It finds us, he said. It finds everything, Vale said. That's how weather works. Do not bring science to a myth fight, Lightning Bolt told him, but her voice came out affectionate. Rude. The intercom clicked. Weather advisory. It announced in that bright boy voice that came with new hardware. Heavy rain until 7. And went to the nurse's station and pulled a laminated sheet out of a binder with a practiced board flick. Rain procedure. She ran a finger down it and exhaled. We're fine, she said. No exterior leaks in west. She squinted. East has a note. Her mouth did a small, involuntary shape. Sympathy. Maintenance flagged a thing. Hollow Moon stood without thinking and walked to the glass. Through it she could see the therapeutic garden in east, a simple square made biblical by falling water. The tape on the fossil fountain panel had darkened but held. The door to east was shut, wedge indoors. The clock in there, yes, sat at 2:06, even in rain. In the garden the shrubs shook off water, like dogs. The intercom in west purred. Boundary. It sounded proud of itself for remembering a word. Monahan joined her at the glass. The rain turned her hair glossy. If you want, we can keep you here overnight and transfer tomorrow, she said, eyes on Hollow Moon but mind on a dozen moving pieces. Lightning Bolt loud whispered. Don't ask the girl who answers polite. Hollow Moon put her forehead to the glass and let its cool decide whether her skin belonged to her. What if it's trying to be good? She said, not because she believed it, but because she needed to lay the thought on the table to look at it. Then it can practice where I can write it down, Vale said. No field trips. In east, a light blinked twice in the common room.
It could have been a check.
It could have been nerves. It could have been the building raising its hand. Group, Kayla said, even now. 5 things you trust. Lightning bolt. That N will sneak us jam again. That professor is bulletproof. That I can be worse than polite if I have to. Star. That breathing remains a trick I can do. That no still works when I'm tired. Bear. That my ear is mine. That professor says thunder is just the sky stretching old glue. Hollow Moon. That if the water learns words, we can make it learn enough. Vale nodded once. Good. The first leak wasn't a leak. It was a ghost of one. A ceiling tile near the west stateroom door darkened in a blossom the size of a palm. It dimmed, then brightened, as if embarrassed at being so easy. Anne looked up and spoke the building's native language. Work order. She called facilities. It's nothing, she said. It's west. We're new to being haunted. Lightning Bolt laced her fingers behind her head and watched the tile, as if daring it. We got plenty of tape, she told it, conversational. And theology. Rain changed the pitch of itself, as rain does. You only notice it when you're trying not to. It began to slap the drains with a wet palm. The intercom cleared its throat and performed something like a cough. Sutter, it said, almost lazy, as if the word had rolled around its mouth all night and worn a groove. Not a plea this time. An address. Hollow Moon didn't flinch at the name. She looked at the speaker politely. No, thank you. The intercom paused long enough to represent listening. Boundary, it said after a second, sheepish.
No.
Good, Hollow Moon said, and returned to the window. In east, the garden drain took the rain handsomely until it didn't. The grate swallowed, and then swallowed less, and then thought about spitting. The fountain fossil panel bulged where the tape had been pressed, water making a slow bruise in the cardboard behind the paint. It's capped, Monahan said under her breath. It's capped, it's capped. It's practiced, Vale said quietly. His jaw worked on a calculus with no neat end. The first alarm chirp came from east, a meek little trill that thinks it's doing its job. The second came meaner. Water flow alarm. Someone's radio crackled. 5 east. Lightning Bolt squared her shoulders like a boxer who's heard the bell. Don't you dare, she told the door between departments, as if doors take orders. You don't get to have them the minute we leave. It didn't. Not yet. And spoke into her phone, called facilities again, called security, the way you call relatives when someone you love does a thing they always do in storms. Rain fell. The murals paint. West's cheerful shapes. Glowed damp and kept shape like an adult who cries in the shower, so their kid won't see. Let's not make a feast of their fear, Vale said, more to the room than to the rain. Meaning, Lightning Bolt translated, we shut up and stay. Meaning, Vale corrected gently, we do what helps. We don't give it a chorus. They tried.
It's hard, the not feeding.
It's work to be quiet in a way that isn't surrender. Star curled into a chair with his book and pretended the pages were a boat. Bear whispered to Professor in the cadence of bedtime stories. Hollow Moon closed her eyes and named 5 things in her head without saying them out loud. Let the room be a room that didn't need her voice to hold. The building took being ignored like a dare. The west tile bloomed again. A second tile next to it admitted to having a problem. One of the fans made a little death rattle and kept going out of pride. Facilities, and said again an incantation. On our way. Facilities lied, which is how you keep your job in a storm. Kayla pulled a flat bin from under the station and set it beneath the humbler leak. Not a mouth, she told it, and slid a towel in the bottom so the drops would go soft instead of musical. We don't feed with pretty. Lightning Bolt stood and looked at the ceiling and said, not to the water, but to Hollow Moon and to herself, and a little to Vale. Tell me something ordinary. Hollow Moon looked at the toast crumbs, at the grape stain on her finger. My mom saves twist ties in a jar, she said, from bread bags, in case the world runs out. Lightning Bolt smiled with teeth and heart. I will steal one, she said, for my sword. The intercom considered practicing humor. It didn't. It made the KH sound it had become fond of and shut its mouth. At 3:41, all the west clocks agreed like a choir. The sprinkler over the east garden door let go. It wasn't dramatic. It never is. A little silver ring, a ting, and then the patient beadwork of a curtain. Hollow Moon watched the water bead onto the glass. Perfect little pearls that learned shape and then forgot it as they slid. Not ours, Vale said, more to himself than to anyone else. Not this side. Feels like ours, Star said, betrayed by empathy. Monahan's radio was all careful emergency.
Containment, it said.
Capping. We got it. Beneath that, as if someone had forgotten to lift their finger off the button. Someone breathing. Lightning Bolt looked at Hollow Moon and at the glass and at the belt of the day that had tightened without asking. If it asks nice, she said, we'll still say no. Hollow Moon nodded. No thank you. The building took a breath the size of a department. The west intercom bugled to life. Maya, it said full. Names are prizes to certain mouths. The rain on the glass seemed to lean toward the sound, and didn't look up. She pulled a laminated sheet that said speaker mute and pressed a finicky series of buttons on the wall phone with the bored tenderness of a person who has cut foam out of a cast before. 9# mute 2. The red LED died. The room shuddered. Not physically. Attention shuddered. The call that thinks it owns the house hit a locked door for the first time. Boundary, the building said, possibly to itself. Definitely to someone. The rain thinned a hair. The leak stopped trying to be pretty. For a long minute, they held the line. Kids, staff, tape, towels, a mural that had to be a sky, a nurse learning to be an initial, a doctor who had found religion in the word document. West did not flood. East did not stop trying. And somewhere between them, where pipes run and wires think they are nerves, a trickle took the name it kept under its tongue and put it down, like a coin on a counter, and backed away an inch. Phones, Lightning Bolt asked, because all mornings end with this question. Anne lifted her desk handset for the 1000th time and listened. A dial tone, clear as a spine, held. She smiled, astonished. Try, she said, and gestured to the little glass room where privacy comes to die. One at a time. Star looked at Hollow Moon and panicked gently. Do I call my mother? You call whoever makes your body stop leaning, Kayla said. That's who phones are for. I call nobody, Lightning Bolt said. I owe no one my explanation. Bear marched in with Professor under his arm and dialed 3 random zeros like a sorcerer. He listened to the dial tone the way children listen to seashells and nodded, satisfied. It is working, he reported. We can say hello and no thank you and goodbye. Hollow Moon went last because politeness trips even saints. The receiver felt sanitary and a little heavier than objects should. She pressed home from muscle memory and listened to the ring cross a distance like a swimmer. Hello, her mother said. That was the whole sentence. Hello, as in are you whole?
Hi, Maya said.
The name warmed coming out of her mouth when she gave it to someone who had earned it. I want grape jelly, she said, because you tell the truth you can tell, and see if the other person hears the rest. And cried, soft, like a person who has practiced, then breathed, then said, we have it. We have it. Not yet, Maya said, and laughed because it was too much. All of it, a flood of not water. Soon. Behind her, Vale stood in the doorway between the place that had been drowning and the one that had learned to keep its mouth shut. His triangle sticker had curled entirely off. He held it in his fingers like an artifact from a religion he might keep anyway. The rain began to tire. It did that thing rain does where it negotiates with gutters and loses interest. The wet glass cleared in streaks that looked like writing from the wrong angle. East's alarm fell to sullen beeps that meant humans had won this round by being present. And brought towels and a comb somebody's aunt had donated. Kayla wrote hydrate on a board and then drew a big slash through it and wrote eat jam instead. Monahan took a photograph of the This Is Not a Mouth tape in West as if she could file it in with the equipment sign out. Ordinary. Lightning Bolt asked, soft, to the room at large. Star said, I like the smell of rain more in parking lots than in forests. Bear said, I like when cereal gets soggy because it stops arguing with my mouth. And said, I like the quiet part of my commute when I can pretend I'm no one. Kayla said, I like the 2 seconds after someone answers a phone and before you speak. Monahan said, after a pause, I like that I fix the copy machine better than any man who's tried. Vale said nothing then. I like when people ask for what they want. Hollow Moon swallowed. I want to go home, she said. Not now, but soon.
Vali nodded.
Plan, he said, and it landed like bread on a table. By evening, the rain lost its argument with the gutters. The fans in West had the smugness of people who sat through something without standing. East sent a text through systems. All clear. It felt like lying and truth holding hands. They ate dinner that tasted like victory pretending to be meat. They did their 5 bites and then a 6th for the road. They lined up for night meds and said no, or no thank you to water, and yes to what actually helped. Lights Out in West had a different liturgy. The intercom said sleep well in a voice that sounded like a boy with a good job. The vent tapped once, politely, like a neighbor borrowing sugar and returning it. Hollow Moon lay under a seam she didn't know yet. The clock said 8:59 and then 9 o'clock without drama. Lightning Bolt rolled onto her side and put a hand into the air between their beds, palm up, offer without hunger. Hollow Moon put her hand over it. Not too much pressure. Enough. Tell me something ordinary, Lightning Bolt whispered. I will drink water, Hollow Moon said, equal parts threat and promise. But not when it asks. Criminal, Lightning Bolt said. I like you. Rude, Hollow Moon said back. I like you. The intercom clicked. It did not speak her name. It did not offer to lease. It said, in a voice that had learned the small holiness of refusal, no, thank you. Morning at home was a different species. It arrived with uneven light through slatted blinds and the smell of coffee that was not a threat, only a habit. The kitchen cabinet held the grape jelly. The jar of twist ties on the counter sat like a little crown and stood by the sink with her hands on the edge as if it might tell her the day's weather. She looked at Maya like someone memorizing how to host the person she loves in safety. You don't have to, and said, we have bottled. We have juice. We have. She gestured at the countertop where she had arranged liquids like a heartbroken receptionist. It's okay, Maya said and meant. We will be okay, or parts of us will, and the rest we will teach. She turned the tap and let it run. The water came cold, then not cold, then cold again, the normal physics of a pipe. It did not sing. It did not bulge. It did not say her name. She held a glass under it and watched the surface settle to a coin. She looked at her reflection. No late lag, no breath ring. She pressed her thumb to the blue band on her wrist until no warmed her bones. Boundary, she told the sink, because she believed in thanking teachers by showing you remember the lesson.
No.
She raised the glass and took one small sip. It tasted like water. She swallowed. The room did not tilt. The intercom that wasn't here did not cough. Outside, a neighbor's sprinkler misted a patch of grass and made a rainbow out of planet physics. Somewhere far away, a building practiced no to itself in a voice it was teaching to be kind. Somewhere near, a boy who had learned to pick breath chose it again. A girl who bit and laughed counted out change for a bus fare and stole a twist tie without apology from a jar. A child put a bear on a windowsill to watch the sky and told him the names he could keep. Maya turned off the tap. The last drop clung and fell and was not a message. She broke a slice of toast in half and spread grape jelly to the edges. She handed one half to her mother and kept the other. "Tell me something ordinary," she said, "because this is how you make the room you need." And smiled, a small home. "I like washing dishes," she said, "because they get clean." Maya took another sip of water because she wanted to, not because anything asked. "Enough," she said softly to the room, to the day, to the part of the world that might always want more. The clock on the microwave ticked from 2:06 because she had never bothered to set it, to 2:07 because she finally did.